At this point, we have, or I should say this evening, we have our 4 separate subcommittees all meeting. Each group or each subcommittee has 1 hour. So it's a lot to cover. So I'm asked my various chairs that if they could work to keep it to that 1 hour to the best of their ability, it would be greatly appreciated. So we're going to start tonight with student achievement. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, who is both our Vice President and Chairperson. Dr. Brown, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Today, we're going to be talking about after school and summer activities for the district. On my way home from downtown, I saw the most beautiful billboard on the corner of Genesee and Jefferson, I believe, and it was that of our interim superintendent, Dr. Tanja Williams. I don't know if you know that you're up on display. It's a beautiful billboard. So if you have time, go by and see our interim superintendent's billboard. I was like, oh my God, there she is.
Wow.
Yeah, so congratulations. And yeah, so nevertheless, it's refreshing to bring, you know, spring ideas into our district, particularly with fresh ideas. And I'm not going to say much because we only have an hour, and I'm going to send this over to Dr. Williams so she can introduce Ann Botticello.
Thank you so much, Dr. Evans-Brown. I knew that the billboards would be going up. You know, it's one of our strategies in trying to recruit and energize our community and building trust in our district with our community stakeholders. So I didn't know it was up. Thank you. I'll have to ride by and take a look.
Huge.
But tonight we have our Chief Academic Officer, who is Ms. Ann Botticello, and she's going to be sharing a presentation on our extended learning time program. I'm very excited that that is beginning. She's also going to discuss our summer school plans. We have a robust summer school initiative that we have planned that's not only focusing on academic recovery, but it's also going to deal with, you know, building lots of social, emotional skills and supports for our children. So I would ask Chief Botticello if she would begin her presentation.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yes.
Good evening. So I'm going to speak to you tonight about our ELT program and sharing plans for our summer school program.
I'm sorry, there's an echo. Is anyone else hearing it?
Yep, she took care.
Is that better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So Admir, if you could go to the next slide. I'm not in the meeting.
Okay, yeah.
So we are moving on to the next level with one voice, one vision, and one mission. Tonight, our presentation, still echoing?
There is still an echo.
I'm not logged in. I think they can fix it.
Okay, thanks.
Fixed? Excellent, thank you. So I'll start all over. Tonight we're going to be talking about moving to the next level with one voice, one vision, and one mission. Our focus will include rigorous early elementary education, extended learning excellence for all our students, and services for our neediest children and families. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about our after-school program in 2021-22. So the high school program began in December. High school programs can offer credit recovery, credit accrual for seniors, and Regents review opportunities for students. Schools really have a lot of flexibility, so they can add enrichment components to their programs if they need to. So not only would students be potentially working toward credit recovery, but they might be receiving social emotional supports, career readiness training, whatever the particular school has identified as a need. Most of our programs at the high school level are district operated. However, there are a handful that are run by community-based organizations because they have a 21st century or extended school day grant. So those schools include 198, 207, 208, and 305. So IPrep, McKinley, Lafayette, and Riverside. Next slide, please. So you've heard me talk before about our after-school framework, which consists of academic enrichment, positive youth development, and health and wellness. So not only do we want to support our students academically, but we want to help them develop into well-rounded and healthy individuals. We promote physical fitness, appropriate eating habits, provide club opportunities for students. I will say this year it might look slightly different at each school depending on the staffing availability for that particular program, but our general goal is always to support these three pillars of the after-school framework. Next slide, please. So our elementary schools that had a CBO partnership through 21st Century or Extended School Day, they were able to begin virtual school programming in January. And then an after-school task force convened. So that was comprised of various representatives, some of our board members, cabinet members. There were parent, transportation, central office, community-based organization, and principals who also joined the committee. The recommendation from that committee was that the elementary programs open up for in-person programming for students who could get a ride home or walk home. So at first, the 21st Century and ESD programs were able to begin. Their target date was this past Monday, April 4th. There is, you see a little asterisk, there were two programs that took a slightly different approach. If they're not running if their CBO is not running the daily after school program, the district will supplement for those particular schools. Then we also talked about the other elementary schools that did not have a CBO 21st Century grant or ESD grant. So we run those programs, and their target start date was when we return from Easter break. Programming will go through May and conclude on June 10th. So many of those programs are currently up and running, and others will be starting soon. Next slide, please, Admir. So I'm happy to address questions about the ELT program after I complete the presentation, so please feel free to jump in. But I am going to give you a quick summer school overview. So we've started getting ready for the summer. We have our new programs for the past couple years, the Pre-K 6 program, the 7-8 program, and the 9-12 program. So you can see our proposed locations for each of those different programs. And we will have a bilingual hub at School 76. Most of those programs begin July 11th. You can see the high school program begins the day after, and they run through mid-August. We will have a full day program available at Pre-K 6. We have a combination at grades 7-8. So two of the programs are half day for students. So students either come to the morning session or the afternoon session, but the teacher will be there the full day. So the program is a half day program with full day employees. The other sites will run a full day program for students and staff so that students who need to recover more than 1 or 2 classes have that opportunity. And then at the high school level, most of our high schools will be running individual programs. Some will also host a charter school. We have a couple hubs, and then we're going to look at the Bennett campus enrollment to see if that should be a hub or those should be individual programs at that site. At the high school, they also offer Regents exams mid-August. So that's another opportunity for students who may have passed the course but need to make up the exam. So these are 5-week programs. At the elementary level, we're promoting both academic intervention and enrichment and focusing on social emotional needs for the students. So this program has been extended to 5 weeks. Last year it was 4 weeks, so we've lengthened the elementary program. Grade 7-8 focuses on recovery for English, math, science, and social studies. And at the high school level, a lot of the opportunities will be dependent upon the needs of the students. So we'll have a clearer picture of that at the end of 3rd quarter, and we'll be able to target particular subject areas that students need to recover. And then again, we'll have the opportunity for Regents recovery. Admir, next slide, please. So just some quick staffing updates. We started staffing for the programs this year significantly earlier than last year. We want to make sure that we can attract as many candidates as possible to staff our classrooms. So jobs went up in March, and the first posting has closed, and we will continue to repost as needed until we have all the teachers that we need for our programs. HR is going to reassess in late April and determine if they need to take additional steps to recruit teachers. Teachers working the 7-8 program, this is a change. They will now work full day, even if the students only attend the morning or afternoon session. And our hope is that we'll be able to recruit more teachers for that program. And we will be hiring attendance teachers, social workers, guidance counselors, and at the elementary level, speech pathologists to provide additional supports for our students. Next slide, please. I also want to speak a little bit about the safety and wellness of our students. So again, at our traditional summer school sites, we will have nurses supporting the staff and the students. We're going to follow the current school year mitigation strategies, but further guidance will be provided in the summer school handbook. We are considering staggering start times for our high school programs to cut down on the number of students that will be at the NFTA stops waiting for the bus. So we're meeting with the NFTA soon to discuss the most appropriate use of the start times. We've been working closely with Dr. Wright, and she is going to be providing a minimum of 2 security officers to the 7-12 summer school sites. She's currently hiring additional officers, and those officers will be trained in de-escalation and self-defense to better support themselves and the students at the school level. Working closely with the city, SROs are going to be circulating among the different summer school sites. Dr. Wright and the ELT team are collaborating with the Buffalo Police Department, the NFTA, and different local partners. We want to ensure safe passage for our students. Dr. Wright is in the process of procuring new weapon detection systems for the high school level, and there will also be wanding if the particular systems are not available during the summer programming. There's a strict communication protocol in place. The BPD collaborates with Buffalo Public Schools to notify parents of critical situations, and they'll make sure parents are updated as soon as possible so there's not a communication lag. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I also want to talk a little bit about some of our additional programs beyond the traditional summer school experience. So we have the Se Levanta program housed at School 45 this year. So this is for students who are in our dual language programs. So they actually have a really wonderful experience perfecting their Spanish and their English, learning about the Latin culture. They have dance lessons. They actually bring in the CTE program. They learn about engineering and coding and horticulture and have different experiences to enhance their summer program. And there's a mistake on this slide because this year they've actually expanded to 4th grade. So it's not K3 anymore, it'll be K4. The multilingual department also runs a Jumpstart program for our newest students in the early stages of learning English. So they receive instruction individually and in small group. They work on a lot of collaborative projects in the hopes that engagement with other students will accelerate their English learning. And they will also participate in the dance lessons as well as the CTE instruction. And then our extended school year program will be at 79 Waterfront, 84 and OTC this summer. It's a full day program. It's a service provided to students with a disability in order to prevent substantial regression. Eligibility is determined by the Committee on Special Education. So the students have academic experiences and they grow in terms of social emotional learning, and they have many supports to make sure that they're able to meet their IEP goals. Next slide, please. So you know that Dr. Mural has a fabulous My Brother's Keeper program, and this summer they will be targeting rising 6th and 7th graders. They'll focus on identity and talent development, character education, community service, and that program will actually include Saturdays, so it's a full day program including Saturdays. We partner with Say Yes across the city at different community sites. So they have both full day programs and half day programs. Say Yes also partners with Erie County and the city of Buffalo and different faith-based organizations and CBOs to offer the camp at different sites. And they also focus on English and mathematics and potential conversations regarding including more STEAM enrichment as well. Next slide, please. So our fabulous art department runs Mural Mania as well as Woke Words. Last year they were combined, so it will depend on the number of participants, but they're wonderful programs to engage students in the arts, in the spoken word, in performance. So they have a lot of celebrations. The mural will be available hopefully in time for the annual Family Fun Art Night in September. And there'll be spoken word performances as well. Last year when they combined, students got to immerse themselves in both experiences. So there's always that possibility. Next slide, please. This year we're adding stage and song musical theater. So it will also be housed at School 32. This is a new program for us. You know that we've spent a significant amount of time over the past couple of years building our musical theater program across the middle schools and high schools. So this is another opportunity for students to engage in theater curriculum, learn about creative exploration, song and dance, the main elements of musical theater, and hopefully it will better prepare students when they want to participate in our musical theater programs at the school level. So there'll be a summer performance at Broderick Park, and then a second performance during the Family Fun Art Night in September. Another new program coming your way is Band Camp. They have a much fancier name. They call it the Music Summer Enrichment Program. But this will be open to middle and high school students. They will work on their music skills and their vocal skills. And this is one of our goals is to continue to enhance our music program and prepare kids for a transition into the next school year. And then our other new program this year is still in the works, but it's going to be an orchestra camp. We're proposing to work with current 3rd and 4th graders who are in the string programs that we've newly begun. So I think you know that we use some of our ARP funding to hire additional instrumental teachers and purchase additional instruments. So we want to continue that effort. So over the summer, students who don't necessarily qualify for another program, so they might not need to attend some of our intervention programs, they are encouraged to join our other string students at school. They'll be housed at school 61 and 64. But it's open to any student across the district at those grade levels who wants to enhance their string performance. Next slide, please. And we're bringing back the conditioning and athletic camps again this year. So we're working out potential locations for all these programs. But at the high school level, we have different time slots for the girls and the boys, and they will be able to perfect their strength conditioning, be prepared for the upcoming sports seasons in the next school year. The athletic camp last year, I believe, was grades 7 and 8, but we're proposing to expand it to the lower grades to capture some of those students who are interested in sports from grades 2 through 6. So that'll be a focus on fundamentals, beginning activities, drills, competitive games, creating that foundation that kids need to be successful as they go up through the years and learn what sports they're interested in and can continue to explore and then eventually join some of our sport teams at the high school level. Next slide, please. And then I have 2 more slides to talk a little bit about some of our high school specific programs. So Riverside has a conservation program. They're working out the dates, but this is for CTE students in the conservation program, and they can engage in work-based learning opportunities in conservation. The advanced manufacturing program at Burgard, this has been going on for a number of years. They partner with the Mayor's Summer Youth Program, so kids can have real-world experiences and gain skills they need to be successful in the various careers. Emerson School of Hospitality is also going to be offering its program. So again, culinary teachers, industry professionals, the students will have the opportunity to work with the public in a professional capacity. So that work-based opportunity is really powerful for our kids. Middle Early College will be running its traditional program in addition to summer school credit recovery. So current grade 11 students in this particular program can take up to 2 college classes, earning up to 6 college credits, and taking a high school history course. Students in grades 9 and 10, current students in grades 9 and 10, can participate in the summer program for enrichment in ELA, math, and social emotional learning. They will also get their physical education credit for the year. Next slide, please. So culinary will also be hosting a summer program. They'll practice key culinary skills like cooking, baking, pastry arts, and explore regional cuisine. Research Lab will run a short program for unique science electives to help prepare kids for their future career path. The Northland Immersion program is available, providing work-based learning opportunities, so our students can engage and learn more about careers. And then the BEAM program is also available to our students at the UB campus. They'll have work-based learning opportunities in engineering. And I think that is the last slide, Admir, if you don't mind forwarding one more.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm happy to take questions regarding ELT or the summer program.
Thank you, Anne. That was such a robust conversation or presentation and a nice portfolio of varying opportunities for our young people in the district. I have a question for the nursing program partnership with UB. Is that something that you guys considered doing as well this summer?
I have not had a conversation about that for the summer, but we're happy to look into it.
Okay. I thought I had sent you some information on it, but I'll find it and send it to you because they want to partner with.
I think you forwarded an email.
I did a while back, so I just didn't want to overlook that opportunity because
Sure.
they specifically, focused in on our district. Okay, so there's some hands up. All right, so I see Ann Rivera, I see Sharon Belton-Cotman. We'll start with Sharon. Let's go alphabetically, okay? Sharon Belton-Cotman, okay, Sharon, we'll go with you first.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Betticelli, for your presentation and for the work that you put into this. Is certainly more than we've seen in a long time. My question goes back to 2 things: equity, making sure that all children have opportunity. And I see that certain programs are being offered during the same time that the academic piece. Since we've had a loss of learning, I am concerned that our children participate who need to participate in a learning opportunity and then be allowed the opportunity to participate in the sports or the other things. And when I look at the dates, it seems that all are running concurrently, and none are like really staggered to run in the afternoon, or to allow someone who wants to participate in conditioning after they've taken their summer courses to be allowed to participate. Was any thought given in regards to making sure that opportunity is available for all children, even though those that have to take remedial courses or have to attend to get their educational levels brought back up? I'm not seeing that. And I guess that's what my concern is, since my primary focus, or our primary focus, should be about the learning deficit. So I'm curious, was any thought given to allowing additional hours for children to participate in these programs?
So all of our, for example, our pre-K 6, those are full day programs.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that we would have opportunities after that, but we can certainly look at shorter version, like the conditioning. We can meet with Mr. House and see if there's opportunities to do some of that later in August. We run into a time crunch because there are 5-week programs and the summer is not that long. So depending, so there's probably going to be some overlap with a number of our programs if they're going to be longer than 2 weeks. But we can take a look and see if the conditioning can be flexible.
Well, I'm just saying, even if opportunity was available at the schools that the children were going to, that after you participate in your academic piece, that you might be allowed to participate in a sport piece or something like that. I'm just trying to see how we can provide equal opportunity for all children this summer.
Yes, I think many of the conditioning programs will actually be at the same site as the summer school programs for the high school. But I think the times are what you're talking about.
The times are what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can have a conversation about that.
Okay, thank you. That's my initial question.
Okay.
My question also is the numbers. What are the targeted amount of students? Because I don't know if we can legally require summer school to be mandatory, but if there's ever a need to do it, it's certainly this year. And I want to know, how are children selected? How do you come about selecting the children for the MBK program? How many children are you anticipating are going to be there? What is our goal? How many students do we want to target? Are we inviting students to come to summer school? In other words,
Sure.
Students that we know are functioning not at the level. Are we making special efforts to recruit them and bring them in? Those are just some of my questions, and I'm sure you guys have thought it out.
It's a little different depending on the program. Pre-K 6 starts with recommendations at the school level, but we do not turn away families that want to participate. So there's the opportunity, even if your school hasn't said, we strongly recommend that you go, we would take a student who is interested in coming. So we have, I believe, 9 sites right now. So depending on enrollment, we could always open an additional one if we needed to. But we'll start first with school level recommendation, because we know that those are the ones that the schools believe should be targeted for this additional support. 7 and 8 is strictly by whether the students pass or fail particular classes. So that is an automatic registration at our end. High school would be similar. If a student needs to recover a credit, they'll be told by the school that they should attend the summer program. And or if they need to recover the exam. And then some of the other programs are a little different. So students would choose to go to, say, Levanta or Jumpstart, although we would recommend that those might take priority over a different program depending on the student. So if a student is new to the country, we would say, please go to Jumpstart. We think that will be the most important opportunity for you.
Okay.
Say Levanta, similar, we would encourage our dual language students at those grade levels to take that program, but we would defer to the family if they felt strongly that they'd prefer to go to the regular pre-K 6 program.
Okay.
ESY is strictly by CSE recommendation, so that is not within my control. My brother's keeper, I would defer to Dr. Mural. I know she definitely targets kids that are going to participate in those programs during the school year. Say Yes is open enrollment. We actually coordinate with them. So we might recommend to a family, we would recommend you come to our program. So we look at the two enrollments for the Say Yes program and our program, and might advise a family one way or another, depending on their needs. Mural, Mania, and Woke Words are open enrollment. They were actually not as well attended last year as we would have liked, so we're trying to get the word out now. So please feel free to recommend to anybody that's interested in the arts. The other new programs are open enrollment. Obviously, if a particular student needs to go to a summer program, they might have a conflict with our orchestra camp. We haven't set dates yet for that, so it would have to be a discussion. Band camp is later in August, so it shouldn't affect the kids that are in the regular program. There will be some overlap with the stage and song program. We're going to look at the times for conditioning and see how flexible we can be there, but most of those are actually at the same site that the students will be attending for the high school program. We're actually in conversations now about where to host the athletic camps, so I don't have information for you on that one yet.
Okay.
And the other programs are run mostly at those particular schools, so they know who they're targeting. And then Northland, I believe, is open enrollment for kids in CTE. And Beam, I can get more information on that, for how kids enroll.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for going through that list. Can we go back to the 7th and 8th graders? Because we know we have a problem with 7th and 8th graders reading at a level. So my concern with that is that it just appears that in our district, in order to prepare our children for high school, that we need to put additional focus on our 7th and 8th graders, whether they passed or not. That most of them are not reading at proficiency, or even at a level to even enter high school and be safe. Is it possible to increase that program in some aspect? Because I think we need to start targeting children and be proactive to get them ready for high school. And I'm wondering if we can't take a look at that. My other thing is the arts programs are being offered during the academic time. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can figure out a way, again, based on equity, that children can have access to art after they've completed their academic piece. That's all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We can talk to Michelle about the time. I don't think we can change her dates because there's gonna be a conflict with the regular program no matter where we set it in the summer. But she might be able to look at her times. I'll have to have a conversation. I'm not sure how flexible she can be, but I'm happy to find out.
That's a really good program too. Yeah, so more kids can be exposed to it. Board member Terrence Hurd will be next, followed by Jane Hope, if you have something. McCosey. I'm trying to go in alphabetical order. But let me say this before Terrence. And I don't know if you can answer this now, but the summer youth employment, earn while you learn, are we adopting that same model that we did last year? Because
I believe it'll be, if it's not the same, it'll be similar. We're meeting with the mayor's team coming up in the next week or so.
Okay, perfect, because we want to capture kids and have them earn, money, but they can also, get their credits, etc. in.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Board member Terrence Hurd.
Mr. Hurd, I think you're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, board member Evans Brown. And thank you, Ann, together for working so diligently on this plan and with other staff members about putting together this very extensive plan for summer programs. My first question is, I checked my emails I was looking for. Did you send this out to us, the PowerPoint presentation?
I believe it's in board docs.
In board docs.
Board docs, okay. That's just double checking on that. First thing we had was 21st Century that's handling elementary programs. Are there any other entities you can be working with for our elementary programs for summer school?
So 21st Century is a grant. We don't actually hold that grant. Those community-based organizations do. So they're starting their program. They actually started their programs Monday. And then the schools that don't have that grant, so we finance their program, they often have a community partner. This year is a little different in some cases because the CBOs weren't all prepared to start in April. So some of those programs this year will just be run by the school district. Some will have a community partner. So
do we have a list of those community partners that will be working with the?
I can get that for you.
Okay, please. And you know how many different partners that we have?
Not off the top of my head. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, if you please obtain that list, that'll be great. And one thing I was going to ask you about, and Sharon asked a little bit about it, was enrichment programs. I know that a lot of kids are behind in math also, and I know there's a county legislator who was working on math programs that wanted to work with the district on as of last year. I don't know where she may be at with that this year, but we can actually try to do some makeup or some catch-up enrichment work with math with our students.
So at pre-K 6, we use Math for Love. It's a really fabulous hands-on game-based approach to math. We started it last year for the first time, and we got great feedback from the students. So we're continuing with that at the pre-K 6 program this year. And then 7 to 12, it is credit recovery for mathematics.
Credit recovery. Okay. Now, one of the concerns we have, because everything's been digitized, working digitally, are our students going to be working this year with tablets, or can we get back to paper, pen, and erase boards?
The majority of our program will be physical, like in-person instruction. Yeah. There may be some students under special circumstances that are remote, but for the most part, our kids will be back in person.
Okay,
but that's not to say they won't have technology. They'll still have technology in the classrooms.
Okay, I understand that. But I'd just like to get some, if we're doing some one-on-one, we just deal with math, for instance, that we can actually get that type of interaction back with our students who respond a little better to that than to keep going back to a tablet trying to solve problems. Understood. Okay. And how much of this includes our ESSER funds for community organizations? I'm going to defer to Mr. Pritchard, but I think almost all of it is. ESY is not, because ESY is a different entity, but the majority of our summer programming will be covered by ARP ESSER. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And also, I'm working with Michael House with this about the athletic camp, but we're just trying to find us a location that we can use a actual park that we can actually, use like Johnny B. Wild Stadium, Riverside, other parks that we can try to incorporate so we can get a larger number of children exercising. And one thing I'm going to be ensured that we use since it's ESSER funds that's involved, that we use community coaches also, so they can be part of it also. So whatever training that we need, or to make sure that our community leaders are trained that's involved with athletic sports with our children, that we can have a plan of work for them so they can apply and be part of training in the summer. I'm going to have to defer to Mr. House on that. I don't know contractually what he can and cannot do in terms of bringing on outside partners to coach. I don't think he's on the call tonight, but I'm happy to speak with him. Okay, great. I think that's very important as we move forward. It's working with the district collaboratively and work with our community coaches, because they work with our kids in the summertime anyway. So it's something the district really should advance in. Just a couple more questions. The food programs. How are our food programs being ran this summer? I know they've had conversations with Bridget O'Brien Woods. She traditionally provides, I believe, breakfast and lunch at our full day programs. Yeah, our full day. But I don't have specific details. I'm not sure what you wanted to know in particular. Okay, say if we have in full day programs, or if we're looking at maybe like you were saying, like the athletic camp or conditioning camp, that we can actually have food programs also for families and children. I can ask her. I don't know that we've had a conversation about the conditioning, because it's only an hour and a half, but I can ask. Okay. Of course, you'll need like things like water and snacks, oranges, and things like that, to participate in conditioning and training. And this the last are our ELA students and families learning English. Is there anything we can incorporate with them also, and their families included also, that's new to this country, that maybe having trouble learning English, that they can all advance together?
Well, our two targeted programs would be Jumpstart and Se Levanta. Those are aimed at students, not families. I can speak to the multilingual department and see what's available across the city this summer. I don't know what we can use the ARP funds for in terms of bringing in the adults. But I do know right now, for a few of our language groups, we offer Saturday Heritage Academies, and a lot of the parents will stay and watch to see what the kids are working on. And I believe our adult ed also has some classes that they offer.
Okay, I do know that, when the families are involved in the learning, it's a lot easier for the students to pick up and learn. And with the parents, they can grow together and understanding the cultures here, that we practice. And my last question would be about busing. I know that some of the programs are associated to specific buildings, specific locations, like 32, the Montessori school, was one just to bring up, for instance. If a child wanted to go to that program and live across the city, how are we affording that child availability to get there?
So we're still working with transportation to iron out some of this. A few of these programs are brand new, so we have to see what level of transportation is available for these. The half-day program last year did not have transportation. I believe it was parent drop-off, but I can get more information.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay, you're welcome. Next, J-Hope, did you have any comments, questions?
I have no comments other than my first name's Hope and my last name's Jay, but that's okay.
You know I do that all the time, Hope.
You do.
I apologize.
That's
I
okay.
did the same thing to Larry too, with the two first names.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I don't see Jen. Lou Bertucci, followed by Ann Rivera. Lou?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think most of my topics were many of the questions I had Mr. Hurd asked prior to me being able to pose them, so my mind is settled at this time.
All right, thank you. Dr. Ann Rivera, you're up next, followed by Paulette Woods.
I just have one question about how all of these options are going to be communicated to parents. There's a wide array of options. They're wonderful. I'm curious about whether or not that's going to go just through buildings, or if there's some other ways we might be able to reach parents so they know the opportunities that are out there for their children.
So we definitely have the standard approach. Some of this will go home with students in backpacks. Connect Ed calls, posting on the websites, I guess the most obvious things, but then we have a lot of flyers. But if you guys have particular thoughts, we're very open to it because, communication is always difficult. We will be translating the registration forms and the applicable documents that our families need, so that'll go home. The website, I know that actually Mr. Scott often posts a lot of stuff on his site, and we get responses from that as well. So,
and I'm
sorry, any other ideas?
I'm sorry, Dr. Williams.
Dr. Rivera, if I could just add that because we are ahead of the game, it is our intention to also put, this information out in community newspapers. We will be sending it out to community organizations and churches to share with parents. So we want to make sure that, we're sharing it far and wide with as many folks as we can.
Thank you. That would have been my next suggestion, as well as with parent groups. And I think that sometimes students who are eligible or who could use these programs don't necessarily connect that this is for them. And so some of that encouragement would be really helpful because there's a lot there for a variety of interests. And I would love to see as many of our students as possible take advantage of this.
Thank you. That was a very good question. And you know, the communication is so key. No matter how often you talk about summer program, after school program, somebody we're going to miss. So we are early, do a mailing, you just constantly talk about the opportunities that exist and get our kids into these programs. And Say Yes Buffalo sites are phenomenal. I used to run one back about 10 years ago. And to answer your question, Terrence, a lot of times the Say Yes prerequisites are that they have to have a certified teacher on staff. And so the math is addressed as well as the ELA. It is just phenomenal what those kids do learn in summer programs. And they're mostly, I know my program was full day. So the kids were there all day long, including the academics and enrichment opportunities. And I'm sure that that still exists in these sites. And I don't know how many sites we have, but I know in the past there were upwards to about 50 across the city. And kids, they were community, and kids will generally walk or the parents drop them off. Okay, and lastly, chairwoman, board member Paulette Woods. You're up next.
I just want to commend Ann on the extensive variety of programs. I love looking at, you got the advanced manufacturing, the BEAM program, you got Emerson, you've got a broad variety. My concern is that the community really needs to know about all of these opportunities and how many children can be accommodated, because I know Say Yes summer camps fill up so quickly, and I get so many parents calling me and saying, I didn't even know, but I didn't get a chance. By the time I tried to get in, it was already filled up. So my concern is there's a lot of students who want to be involved, letting them know and making sure that we can accommodate a greater number. It's the capacity is my concern.
Capacity-wise, we can be flexible enough to take additional students, for example, in our pre-K-6 program. The high school program will be dependent on staffing to some extent, which is why we posted so much earlier this year. We want to attract our teachers and make sure that we can offer the courses that we know we're going to need. But it will be somewhat determined by that staffing aspect. So just keeping that on our radar, but that's why HR has been such a valuable partner. They're really going to keep looking at the postings, reassessing, telling us what other steps they need to take to get the staff that we need.
Fast first.
Okay. All right. So it's winding down. So we have 10 more minutes. I see a hand, Sharon Belton Cotman.
So can I just re-emphasize the need to plan and reach out to a certain percentage of students this year and possibly put some incentives in place? You know, it's one thing to say we're opening up summer school, we're going to make it available, but it's another thing to say that our goal this year is to have 2,000 children in this program, 5,000 children in this program, because when we're hiring the adults, they get paid whether children come or not. Okay, and so we don't want to be we want to be responsible and make sure that we are addressing the needs of our children. And I'm really concerned whenever we talk about planning and not putting numbers in place. I really am. Every year I think I have this conversation, and I really would like to see if we could, in advance, have the principals tell us what percentage of their students need summer schools. And let's back into it and make sure that we meet the needs of the children and not just hope that they show up. And I think that we need to be hold the adults accountable in this equation to make sure that the children are reached and that we give them an incentive maybe. And I don't know what the incentive might be. Maybe if you host a summer school and you're able to keep 80% of your students there for the period of time, maybe you can get a I don't know, a dinner or something. I don't know what we would do, or you can have a pizza party or something. I just think that we really need to start focusing in and targeting numbers. I really do feel that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
At the elementary level, they're very good about telling us who they recommend pretty far in advance, and they continue to refine those numbers for us. But we did find last year that a number of families that weren't necessarily recommended for the program decided to participate. So we are happy with that. So I'm hopeful that we'll have similar numbers at least this year. At the secondary, I'm sorry.
Can I just say this? What works is that the children who are targeted actually come. That's what works. Okay, so it's one thing to target them, but how do we get them there? We already have identified these children as the children with the greatest needs. Okay, and so how do we get them in those seats, and what do we do in a collective effort to get them there? That's what I'm talking about. I appreciate other parents bringing their children. I want every child to have the opportunity. But what I'm talking about is in order to move this needle, in order to move proficiency up, we need to have some sort of strategic formula to try to go after the children, particularly since the ESSER funds are earmarked for the children who need the services the most. Okay, and so I just want to emphasize that because in the past, what we've seen, if history repeats itself, we start out with a number, but then we don't end up with that number. And then we have children benefiting and the ones who need it the most. So what barriers are interfering with them coming to school and getting them there? I would like that conversation had in advance with parents. And let's start being more customer centric as far as our approach, because if we know children need the resources and we're providing the resources, we've got to figure out a way to get them to those resources. That's all I'm saying here.
Sure.
Thank
you. Yeah, and the reality is these, children with the most needs, if I had my brothers, it would be mandatory. Because if you think about it, we haven't had in-person summer activities or summer school in 2 years? And so, like I said, if I had my brothers, it would be mandatory that they be in school.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay, so Terrence Hurd, your hand is up. We have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And I see Lou has his hand up also. My main concern is, can you please tell me how many locations we'll be approximately having summer school held at this year?
For which grade level?
For all grade levels.
I believe there's nine hubs for pre-K 6. There are 5 for 7, 8. I would have to count high schools because most of them are at their own site. There's a handful of hubs there. Then we're using School 45, School 32, School 61, School 64, School ESY is at 79, 95, 84, and OTC. My Brother's Keepers at City Honors. The community sites for Say Yes are scattered across the city.
So would it be over 25 sites?
Oh, easy.
Probably.
Okay. My main concern is security for the summer, and how are we going to disseminate security to cover our summer school programs? We know that when we mix children from different locations, different areas to come to a program, sometimes we have problems or altercations. So is there a plan for security to be listed upon this? And are we using SROs also? Yes.
So we've been working closely with Dr. Wright, who also coordinates with NFTA, with the BPD. So we will have probably about 2, possibly more security guards at the high school and middle schools. There are SROs circulating throughout the district. She's hopeful that with additional staff, she'll be able to provide security at the elementary sites as well. The high schools are being separated for the most part, and times would be staggered so that we don't have that large number of students converging on the NFTA sites, et cetera. So they've been very thoughtful about the approach to security this summer.
Okay, to security at a high school, I think we'll probably need a little more, but let's talk about that later.
Yeah, she's in the process of hiring more staff.
Okay, let's have a conversation later, please.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Lou?
Just one quick question. Last year, I know that the district partnered with the city of Buffalo to do an Earn While You Learn for some of our students to keep them on track. I was just wondering if we're going to offer that again this summer, if that's going to be an option.
So we're going to be, I just actually spoke with the mayor's team the other day. We're going to be meeting with them to discuss what that will look like this summer.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a very critical program to capture those young people, keep them off the street, and they can earn and learn at the same time during the summer. So I think Paulette Woods.
I just had a quick question. Last summer we had over almost 500 children at one school Drew Magnet. We're going to avoid that this year, right? Because that was a problem.
Sure, we didn't actually have that many at the school I think you're referring to, but it was a large number. So we've split the full day site across 3 different buildings to avoid having any congestion at the 7th and 8th grade level.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good. All right, with that, I don't see, well, Larry, we have exactly 2 minutes. So if you have a comment, please do so and wrap it up in 1.5 minutes.
All right, we're being efficient tonight. I like it.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm sorry I'm late, and I'm sorry if I'm asking a question that may have already been touched on. I'll get caught up on the after-school programming at another time, but I wanted to ask about a question regarding summer school. I brought it up last year, and I've been hearing still from many people about the Arts Academy that they used to have at Performing Arts. I hear so much about how worthwhile that program was. Is that something that is being considered for this summer?
So that particular program is not happening this summer, but we're definitely going to have a conversation about what it would look like moving forward. This summer we have Mural, Mania, Woke Words, and a theater program, as well as band camp and orchestra camp.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Last minute comments, Dr. Williams. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
No, I would just like to thank Ann and her team. I mean, they did an incredible amount of work. I think you can see from the, litany of programs that we have. So I just really want to say thank you, Ann, to you and to Tara and the whole team for putting everything together. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about the Summer Earn While You Learn program.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so as a chairwoman of the Student Achievement, I did exactly 1 hour. And so I set the precedence for everybody else. That concludes Student Achievement.
Thank you.
Would you mind handing me back the council? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. You have set a high bar for this evening. Next up, we have educational support. Mr. Lawrence Scott, who is our co-chairperson. The floor is yours, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, President Petrucci, and I intend to follow suit, Dr. Evans-Brown. Thank you for setting the precedent. I don't have much to share other than I just want to inform the public that we were expecting to have a presentation on the potential for a 3-year-old preschool program that would expand district-wide. That has been pushed back to likely June for the June work session. So it's still being planned, still being considered, and we will hopefully have a presentation in June on the preschool 3-year-old program. So tonight we are going to hear a presentation from Dr. Ramona Reynolds on the BPS Online Information Hub. I will turn it over to Superintendent Dr. Williams.
Thank you so much, Chairman Scott. We've talked a lot about ways to better engage the community and to create opportunities for the community to engage with us. And so Dr. Reynolds really took this initiative and I think has done a fabulous job. I'm very excited for everybody to hear about this online information hub that her team has developed. It may answer some questions. It may create some questions, but I think it's an exciting time. I don't recall us having anything quite like it in the past. So I'll turn things over to Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. Thank you so much, Mr. Scott, for the opportunity to provide an update regarding the BPS Information Hub. Edmir, do you have the slides? There's just a few slides. Advance the slide, please. And so as we leverage our work to the next level by renewing relationships with families and students and fortifying connections with community, we also desire to enhance communication. I've actually heard communication mentioned 2 or 3 times already this evening. So one small aspect of communication enhancement includes supporting families and community members with obtaining questions or answers to their questions. We know that it's great when individuals know how to navigate our school system and know who to contact, but what about those who don't? And so we currently, you can advance the slide, Edmir. We currently receive questions a number of ways. We receive telephone calls, emails. We receive Office of Parent and Family Engagement Facebook questions on the page, the inbox messages. We receive tons of questions by way of our BPS Parent Centers page, as well as the direct message. My team receives text messages. We receive correspondences from Parent Congress. Many of our Parent Congress members address questions on their respective pages. They oftentimes will reach out to the appropriate contact to obtain answers to questions that they don't currently know. And so in an effort to provide an additional option, the Office of Parent and Family Engagement has collaborated with IT Director Sarah Edwards, along with her team member, Jason Joyce, to create what we consider to be a simple point of access that we've named the BPS Information Hub. And so with your permission, I would like to quickly walk you through that page. Edmir, would you stop sharing, please? Oh.
Like to share it, or I can share it?
Can you see it? Can you all see the webpage?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And so you see here directly on the BPS webpage, there is a link, a direct link entitled Information Hub. There are also hub links affixed to the top of the Office of Parent and Family Engagement, as well as the BPS Parent Center's Facebook page. But it's really pretty simple. Parents, community, even staff members can go directly here to the hub. Our hope is that they will access the frequently asked questions. And so let's just click on one. Let's click on, because oftentimes questions come in pertaining to special education. So they have the opportunity to read through the frequently asked questions. Let's just see here, one question. My child is in school with academic and behaviors. Who do I contact to determine if they are in need of special education? You click on the arrow to receive the answer. So again, they have an opportunity to scroll through the various questions and answers that are already provided on the hub. If after doing that, their question hasn't been answered, they click here. So do you still have questions? Click. At this point, the template is in English. It is also available in Spanish. The person will enter his or her name, email address, child's name. They'll identify the grade, or if it's a community member and they don't have a child in the BPS, they click NA. Select the school if the child is in a school, or click NA. Select a topic. So we have some of the hot topics for our district, including academics, attendance, bullying, college access, COVID-19, food service, instructional technology, mental health and crisis services, parent centers, parent engagement, Saturday academies, student registration and enrollment, suspension, transcripts, transportation, or other. So the person will select a topic and simply type their question. Once they type their question, they click submit. When they click submit, the question is immediately routed to a member of the Office of Parent and Family Engagement. We have, I have one primary who's addressing questions, and then we have another individual who helps to support the hub if needed. Our goal is to address all questions within 24 hours. And so to date, we have received a range of questions with topics including things like transcript requests, report card information. We've had questions about address changes, school transfers and registration. We've had a few questions asking about job opportunities, enrollment testing questions, and things of that sort. And so again, it's just a simple alternate option that we're providing to families, to communities, to reach out, to enhance our communication, and ultimately to close the gap that exists involving communication. And so that is an overview, again, of our simple online access to the information hub. What questions do you have?
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. We'll go in alphabetical order. Board member Belton Cotman, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you. Last night at the community meeting, the parents were clear on what they want. And I want to make sure that we get their opinion on this to make sure we're meeting their needs. I have one other question. Are you going to keep a record of what type of requests you're receiving? What's the nature of the request? You're going to keep the data associated with that?
That's a great question. We are maintaining records and data, and so we'll be able to sort by topics. And so if we notice a particular theme, that's telling us that, there's a gap that exists, and, we will address accordingly. So the answer to your question is yes. And I do want you all to know that we did test out the hub with a group of parents, including Parent Congress, as well as other non-affiliated parents.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that these particular parents were not your regular parents that are at your regular meetings, okay? So they are not the ones that are familiar with the system as these other ones probably were. I really would like to get some feedback from them, and so I'll ask a couple of them to take a look at it and give you some feedback back to make sure that the needs are being met. I just want to make sure that we meet the needs of our parents and our students.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Belton Cotman. Dr. Evans Brown, any questions or comments?
I think that's a wonderful feature. I'm wondering if additional information could be added, such as this summer school and after school activities that we just went over.
Absolutely. And are you specific to the FAQs or adding summer school and ELT as a drop-down box, or both?
I think both. Yeah, I think both, because again, that would be another opportunity to put the information out there and communicating with parents, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. Board Member Hurd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Scott. My question is that I don't want the parents to get confused whether if they're reaching out to the board members with this, or the district, or their own school that the child may go to, a principal. And how can we disseminate the difference between that? And the second part of that question is, will the principals receive this same information that the district receiving, so that they can have understanding what the parents' questions are also?
That's actually a great question. I realized that I need to provide a little bit more specificity. So the questions go directly to a couple team members for the Office of Parent and Family Engagement. The cabinet has provided my department with the direct contacts for their respective divisions and departments. And so depending upon the question really dictates to whom the Office of Parent and Family Engagement member reaches out to if they don't know the answer. So if the individuals from my team cannot answer the question, they'll reach out to the respective leads who have been provided. There have been times where we've had to reach out to a principal to obtain an answer to a question. So they don't receive the questions, we receive the questions. The most important thing is that we're providing the answer to families.
Okay, that was just the confusion that I can see happening, because I was just trying to think of whether, would they think that the principal is going to receive this information, or if they make a complaint to a principal, because we had some parents that said that they reached out to principals but didn't get an answer or any reply, or didn't get the answer that they wanted to hear. And a lot of times that's the case. So, so they try to reach out to a board member or to administrative staff members to try to get, a different answer. So I just don't want a conflict to happen to where a principal may have gave an answer, but somebody else give them a different answer. And then, now they can try to push one person against the other.
I understand your concern. Oftentimes when our families have specific questions for principals, so that's the easy contact. They know to contact that school directly. And you're right, there are times where they may not like the response. So those are the questions and inquiries that we will get either to the hub or sometimes directly to Mr. Agro. And we work with the school and the school leader to address those concerns.
Okay, that's my only concern. Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Next, Board Member Jay.
Thanks. I may have missed this during your presentation, Dr. Reynolds, but was it specifically stated what the turnaround time would be? So if I have a question, how long am I waiting for an answer?
We make every effort to answer immediately, if not within 24 hours.
And is that something that's stated to the parents when they have a question?
It's on the hub, on the template of the hub, and the instructions.
Okay, good, because I know that's often a complaint, is that people are not getting back to parents timely. That's a very common complaint.
I'll share with you also that once they hit submit, there's an automated response that's provided to them that indicates that we will provide a response within 24 hours.
That's great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Jay. President Petrucci, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Board Member Scott. Actually, I do. On the City of Buffalo, we established a similar type of process. And I will just say that before I retired, my department averaged about 20,000 requests a year. So I have a little bit of familiarity with this. So I just have a comment or two and then some questions. So this can be an extremely effective tool for budgetary purposes because it has, if you track the data and disaggregate it appropriately, you can see where the priorities are of people within the district, whatever it may be. If it's a transportation or a student placement or whatever it may be, you can get a really quick snapshot that isn't based on anecdote, but actual numbers. And I think more people use it, they will realize the value of a tool such as this. The second thing is that a tool such as like this is that it enables the district to identify problems on a more global scale. So if it's used and it's used with a degree of frequency, you'll start to see patterns in different areas, different schools, different divisions, depending upon how you track this. And that's another really important tool because, again, oftentimes the district has made decisions based upon anecdote or hearsay, or we didn't have the robust data that I think that we really needed to make some very well-informed decision. I think this is a great way to go forward. That being said, what if someone just wanted to ask a question anonymously? Is there a provision for that? Are you going to provide a tracking number or something that will allow them to put a question in and then get a response either by the person looking at the number or they can be mailed a letter? I don't know if you've given that any thought.
I have not, but it's certainly something that I can take back to the team to consider.
Oh, okay. Secondly, if someone had, because oftentimes one of the things that we've heard, and what I'm trying to, I would prefer not to see board members field questions from their cell phones during a work session. Is there a way for someone to ask a question prior to the work session that can be reported out or answered during the work session using this information hub?
That certainly is a topic that we can consider, certainly.
Okay. Because I know the public wants to have, because they're work sessions, they're not open meetings, but people still have questions about the topics that are coming before us. I would just like to have like the opportunity for staff to make a well-informed, response to what these inquiries are. But also if we have, again, if we get a series of questions or a cluster of questions about a particular topic, it also demonstrates to the board and to staff that this is a priority for the community that has taken the time to review our data and our materials. So yeah, I think that this could be wonderful. I truly do. Last thing, I just want to build upon Board Member Jay's question. So oftentimes these types of systems kind of have a hierarchy for response. So let's say if someone had a question as to, hey, they combined my kid's bus route and it's been 2 hours and my child isn't home, I would hate for us to send out an automatic response that says, we'll get back to you within 24 hours, even though it's not the proper venue or the proper method. Or if something's really pressing, it's an emergency situation, would there be someone that could triage or kind of prioritize some of the questions or concerns that may come through this? I can't get a hold of my school. No one's responding at the communication, at the transportation office. I'm coming to this. Is there some way that if it really was, I don't want this to be the emergency response team, but I could see where someone has gone through a series of phone calls and emails and outreach, that if someone was to reach out to us, that we're at least sensitive to the fact that there may be things that come through this that need to be prioritized more than just in 24 hours.
Absolutely. I mean, in instances of emergencies, we would want to do just that. We would want to triage. We fortunately at this point have not experienced that, but thank you for, of course, helping me to be mindful of the emergencies that may arise so that I can alert the team that in those instances, we want to make sure that we are appropriately triaging and addressing those concerns immediately.
It's been my experience, Dr. Reynolds, that some things need to be done immediately, and some things you may be able to take 3 days or 4 days, just depending upon what it is. You know, some is just a basic inquiry, but some will rise to the level that they need to be addressed right away. And again, I think this is excellent. I really think it's going to be a really valuable tool for both parents and for the board and for staff. I'm very excited to see it.
Thank you.
President Petrucci, I have a question, but I have one that relates to President Petrucci's remarks too. Just for clarification, Dr. Reynolds, this is an informational hub. I don't think it's set up to address immediate concerns or questions. Correct? Am I right in that assumption?
Well, it is an information hub intended to answer any questions that are provided to us. So in those instances, we would make every effort to immediately address the question. There are, as you might imagine, some questions that require a very, we're able to turn it around right away, easy response. There are other questions where it takes hours just to kind of unpack. We sometimes have to reach back out to the parent to get additional information, connect with various individuals. So, it just depends upon the type of question, but you're absolutely right. It is an information hub, not, it's not an emergency response hub.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Board member, Dr. Ann Rivera.
Much. Actually, all of my questions have been asked, but I just want to express my appreciation for the outreach and the work to communicate further and allow more feedback and more connection for caregivers in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Mr. Hurd, I see your hand up, but I'm going to let Ms. Woods go first.
Yes.
And then I have a question, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Hurd. Board member Woods, you have the floor.
Well, I appreciate any mechanism that communicates with our parents and gives them more information. So I applaud, as always, you reach out to the public. I like this vehicle. My question would be that a lot of parents are raising questions about conflicts. Is this going to be a vehicle to kind of help them to either resolve situations or direct them to how they can resolve conflicts? There's a lot of bullying going on at the schools, just to be frank, and a lot of the children are acting out. So I don't know how you can gear this to reducing giving the parents an answer how they can address those questions.
So to me, it's really a both and we have received, we've received a couple questions or statements, if you will, regarding bullying. So we have been able to work with those parents and with the school leaders to work towards a resolution, while simultaneously, so for the one question that we received, it happened to be received during a week in which we offered a parent-centered training to address bullying. So we were able to refer that parent to a workshop, and we were also able to provide the parent with a link to one of the social emotional wellness pages that provides information addressing and responding to bullies. So, we provide as much information as possible as we are addressing the questions that are being asked.
Do you think that once you get a group of these, you see that the parents are having problems in specific areas, that we can do something like our illustrious superintendent has done, actually have forums at the different schools so parents can get that personal touch, because, the computer isn't as personal.
Absolutely. That's, where we want to take a look at the trend data. So this is, again, yet another mechanism for determining, what should we be offering at our parent centers, at our community schools? Is there a need to offer particular topics and trainings to address some of the concerns that they have? So the answer to your question is yes.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Dr. Reynolds, my question is somewhat related to what Mr. Hurd brought up earlier, maybe a little bit different. But if, we get messages through social media, on our text messages, emails all the time from parents, is it appropriate? Usually we identify what the issue is and we kind of seek out the appropriate staff member to address that issue. Is it appropriate for some of these issues for us to just share the information hub link for them to get that information or get questions answered? For example, like with student placement and getting letters, when they're going to get letters, when their testing is going to happen for city honors and Olmsted. Or other criterion-based schools, things like that. When we get those questions, would it be appropriate for us to use the information hub, or should we still go directly to the lead staff member that would address that question?
Well, I mean, you can do both, but if the only thing about, and please understand, we appreciate all of you who are addressing questions, right? However, when you do that, we're not able to collect the data. So how are we able to determine that there is a potential concern, right? Unless we're able to track and collect the data. So on the one hand, I want to say, yes, by all means, if you know who the contact person is, to reach out directly to them. But at the same time, we do want to get to a place of where we are, we have memorialized evidences, artifacts, and data to be able to support decisions that we are making, so that we're not making decisions just based upon speculation and guesstimations. We're making it based upon the data that we have to drive it. So I don't, I probably confused you with again, I appreciate you all answering the questions, but I guess for us to do a better job in collecting and assessing and evaluating the data, perhaps you might consider referring the individuals to the information hub and giving them that link.
I appreciate that response, Dr. Reynolds. Mr. Hurd, you had another question or comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Scott. My last question is it possible that we can turn this into an app?
I can check. Let me check with Sarah Edwards and the team.
It could be a lot easier if we can, direct the parent to go to the app or download the app, and they can type the question on their phone. I think it'd be maybe a little easier for the parents to get to instead of logging onto the website and look for it. So
okay.
If we can possibly research that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you.
And great work again. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a great question, Mr. Hurd. All right, I'll just close with saying, as others have mentioned, that communication.
My hand is up, Larry. My hand is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Evans-Brown. Go ahead.
Okay, so what came to my mind, and I think most of my colleagues on the board observed this as well. So on the last board meeting that we had, there were a number of young people and adults who came to that board meeting complaining about bullying. So it appears to be a trend going on in our district. And I know that at least the first year when I was on the board, there had been conversations, task force. Hope Jay was one of the people who spearheaded that big piece. We have it in writing and so forth. And I think what we need to do as a district is to somehow revisit that issue, because it's real. I hear it all the time from my staff who work with families and children, and kids don't go to school because of being bullied. And so I think maybe the the explanation, what is bullying, should be addressed at some of these parent centers. I think even, now and even in the summer, we should have some kind of forums to include parents to talk about what that looks like. Because, it could apply to some of their kids who are the bullies, you know what I mean? So I think we need to revisit this issue because it is prominent in this district and in other districts. And we need to deal with it somehow. I'm just putting it out there.
Thank you. And we agree that it is a prominent concern, and that is why we have included it as a topic with the drop down.
Thank you, Dr. Evans Brown. Ms. Woods, you have another question?
I just want to follow up on what Dr. Kathy Evans Brown is pointing out. I'm hoping sincerely that since our young people, having been out of school for the 2 years, really don't seem to have, they've lost a lot of their socialization skills. They've lost a lot of coping skills, and I don't know what happened to them, but they seem angry and not very tolerant. Kids can be cruel, but what we're getting now is attacks and people not keeping their hands off each other. So what I'm wondering is if there's some way we can partner with some community groups, churches, civic groups, something to teach the children two things: respect, love for each other, better relationships, and then better coping skills, because they're traumatized, they're overwhelmed, and they're not handling things properly. But I know you're going to get a lot of this on your web, but I'm really looking that we need an answer to devote resources to resocializing our youth.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. I mean, what you're saying is so very important. I don't want to convolute the topic though, since we're focusing here on the BCS Information Hub, and I don't want you all, nor the public who's watching, to think that they'll receive that sort of responses through the hub. They won't. So again, just really simply, because I don't want to, I want to be as clear as possible that the Information Hub is for families, staff, students, community, to ask questions and for us to provide responses. So what you're saying is certainly important, Ms. Woods, and perhaps we can talk offline a little bit more about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, board members. I don't see any other hands raised. I'll just close with, we talked about communication being a need that always needs to improve, and this seems like something that's very worthwhile in improving our communication and responsiveness to parent concerns, community concerns. So Dr. Reynolds, praise to you for the work that you've done on this and are continuing to do on it, and praise to your staff that are working on it as well. I'll turn it over to you and Dr. Williams for any closing remarks before we transition to our Executive Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I just want to say that, as we talk about moving to the next level, as we talk about having one voice, one vision, and one mission, this work is directly aligned to that. We did a tour last night, and I think board member Belton Copman shared that, we did hear loud and clear from parents that they would like better engagement and better, increased and advanced ways to communicate with the district. And that some of what we thought we were addressing, they have some ideas. And I think that this tool, certainly aligns to some of what we heard last night and their interest in being able to communicate better with us get expedited responses when they have questions about things. So thank you, Dr. Reynolds, for advancing this work. And we know that it's going to continue to develop, but I think this is off to a great start. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. Thank you, board.
All right, with that, that concludes our educational support work session. I now turn it over to Chairwoman Dr. Ann Rivera for Executive Affairs.
Thank you
And
very
by the
much.
way, Dr. Evans Brown, note the time. I beat you.
You did. I'm impressed. You did 40 minutes. All right. Good.
Dr. Rivera.
Thank you very much. I have a lot to live up to. Let's see how it goes. I want to welcome you to the Executive Affairs work session. We have a slate of conversation and topics in front of us that are very rich. And I'd like to point out the connections between all of what's been addressed tonight. We've talked a lot about taking the district to the next level, making all of our systems talk to each other, making all of our systems be responsive to our community and to our participants. And we will be discussing part of that today in two main topics, which is the exempt salary study, as well as the interim superintendent goals and some visioning that the board and the community can do together. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Dr. Williams, any beginning remarks, and then President Petrucci is going to take and give us some information about the salary study.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rivera. Just want to say that, you know, I'm interested in hearing the discussion and contributing to it in any way that I can.
Thank you very much. So President Petrucci, I have you on the agenda to kick off our discussion about the exempt salary study.
Thank you, Vice President Rivera. So a few months ago, I was charged with looking into the comparative salary study for the board, because the board had many questions. I know many of you felt that the existing study was incomplete or insufficient in a variety of different aspects and manners. So what I did afterwards was that I reached out to a variety of our partners to see if there were groups or organizations that would perform such a service. I also reached out to the two accounting firms that work with us. We also reached out to the Council of Great City Schools, who performed, who also did some analysis for us. So let me kind of hit upon the high points and just kind of update you to where we're at presently. With respect to firms that have interest to do this, both of our accounting firms have expressed an interest to do some type of salary comparison. I forwarded both the Council of Great City School study and the Big Five study that was done. Big Five, and I should say there were two local districts, Kentown and Williamsville as well. But the two accounting firms also had additional questions, such as because they want to make sure that they're comparing apples to apples. Are we looking to any additional features in addition to just salaries, such as whether or not there's a contribution for health insurance, the type of health insurance that's offered, or some dive into the benefit package, or did we just kind of like keep it at a high level with respect to salary? They just wanted to know, what we're looking for in addition to this. They took a look at the information. They had questions. They would like to speak to us about what additional information we're looking for them to look into. The other thing that they had questions is, are there any specific districts locally or nationally that we're looking at? Now, the Council of Great City Schools looked at 8 different school districts that they felt were most comparable to the city of Buffalo. They had one duplicate, which was Rochester. I know that the board had some exceptions because New York State is not homogenous, to say the least. So, comparing us to, New York City or Yonkers, I felt that the majority of the board did not feel that that was a fair comparison. So we can kind of synthesize these two into one report. That was going to be the direction that I give one or two of these accounting firms. But I wanted to have a discussion with the board as to what the direction was and what the will of the board was going forward with respect to this type of study. So the questions would be whether or not we really want to have two separate accounting firms taking a look at this or just the one. More importantly, I want to make sure, part of the reason why we went with the existing accounting firms is because they're already under contract with us. We have a long history with them. They're very familiar with our district, and many of them work for not only our district, but a variety of other districts as well, because, public accounting for school districts is a nice little niche market, and, this is what they do. So I feel strongly that either one of them could easily perform this type of service for the district. But in terms of what more and what additional information would give the district or give the board, I should say, some comfort moving forward, what additional information are you looking for in terms of benefits or other aspects of compensation that you had an interest in looking into without it being too onerous or too deep? And the second thing would be if there are other school districts that you feel would be comparable, either because people leave our district to go there or because you feel they have similar demographics or a similar price point or whatever it may be. I just kind of wanted to put it out there and have a little bit of a discussion. So when I reach back out to them, I want to say that this is the will of the board, or this is what the board has felt is really where we need to go with this type of comparison study.
Thank you, President Petrucci. So the way I'd like to handle this is I'd like to separate out I think we're going to do this in two different rounds. We're going to separate this out about who we might want to conduct this study. And then the second question is the scope of the study. So on the table is what else would we want to see in addition to salary? And I would like to point out to the board that this is an opportunity to think about factors like cost of living increases, benefit issues, organizational structures, work rules, and attrition rates. So I just wanted to put those on the table, that those are all things that we can think about in this kind of study and might be worthwhile thinking about, because these are all items that have come up regularly. And I particularly want to emphasize the issues of roles and responsibilities, and work rules becomes really, really important when you're talking about compensation. So that's something to think about as well. So let's start with the first point, which is, do we want to have two different firms to do this? Correct, President Petrucci? That's what you're asking?
Correct.
If we'd have two different studies to look at for purpose of comparison, I would assume. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
So I will start by going around with Ms. Belton.
So I just want to say that for the sake of equity, it's okay to do reverse order sometime. You have people that have ideas and they don't get a chance to say their ideas because by the time it gets to them, all the comments are. So for the sake of equity, you might want to think about reversing it.
Fair enough. I will do that on the next round.
Thank you. I have a question because I'm not sure where we are with our interim superintendent, where she is with how she wants to see the layout of her cabinet, and if there is still the same need. The footprint that was put in place by the prior administrator is not necessarily the same, may not necessarily be the same route that she's taking. So, I'm not sure where we are with that. And I guess that's the third option or discussion. But I personally would always like to see at least more than one opinion. And I would like to someone to have an understanding of what is going on locally in this district or in this area. Then the other issue would be a cost factor for me, and how many hours they feel that it's going to take. But whether it's the previous administrator's request or the new administrator's request, I think we need to get some clarity on where we are with that footprint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Evans-Brown.
Yeah, that's similar to a thought I have as well. We do have new administration with the interim superintendent at this point, and I'm sure that she has had an opportunity to realign staffing because she was one of those people in the cabinet when this initially was put in place. So I think starting there. And then secondly, again, I concur with Dalton Cotman that I would like to see two different comparison studies as well. But it really depends on the cost factor and the time frame.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hurd. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Rivera. I'd like to say that I really thought about this, and I know that the study has to be done and needs to be done, and to figure out, where we're at. And I think we need to have a study that's comparable to cities our size. I look at cities that's comparable to Buffalo. I'm looking at like Pittsburgh or go down to Raleigh, Carolina. I mean, we really need to take a look at that. But I believe this is a new administration right now, and that some of the questions and concerns that we had under Dr. Cass don't reflect to the situation that we have here right now. I believe that we need to really, as a board, sit down and talk with Dr. Tanya Williams to see what her goals may be and give her time to establish a set of goals for herself and present those to the board where her goals may be, and give her the exact same opportunity as previous superintendent had also. So, and I believe those things need to be jointly developed along with the board so that we can get a reflection about what the needs are of the district. And I really do appreciate Dr. Chandra Williams and doing the community tours, the listening tours, listening to administrative staff members meet with principals and also meet with the parents and the children. This is something that that's we didn't ask her to do. She did this on her own, and I believe that she is gaining an understanding of what each district needs and what each school needs. So I would like to really like to have the board meet with Dr. Chandra Williams and have that discussion before we can conclude or move forward with what we're doing right now. And I believe that the reflection from the entire board and each individual voice should be heard also.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you.
Ms. J.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I guess I'm a little bit confused. I think that we have a responsibility as the board to follow the protocol that we would follow regardless. And this is in no way disrespectful to Dr. Williams, who is our interim superintendent. I absolutely have nothing but respect for Dr. Williams and the position that she's currently holding, but we have an obligation to follow proper procedure and protocol in terms of a nationwide search for a new superintendent. And I think that whatever plan that's being proposed, that we have an obligation as the board to. I just lost everybody. Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. J. Ms. Makosi.
Okay, I think we got lost with the question that was actually on the
I
table
think
as
so.
to whether or not, thank you. I think as to whether or not we would like one or two entities doing, a comparison. And I just on that question alone, I believe that was the only question on the table, correct? Okay, so
That's correct. Yeah.
My take on that is that the comparison is real and we need to have that. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. We have to, yes, I do agree with with Board Member Cotman that there's a cost factor, with Board Member Evans Brown that there's a timeline, but exploring all of those and making sure that we're doing our due diligence and having that comparison in place is, to me, is key.
Thank you very much. President Petrucci.
Thank you. I agree with many of the comments that my fellow board members made prior to. What I view this as a tool. So first, I was just following up on the wishes of the board that I was directed to do so, and this is where we're at. I just need to get some more guidance. So once we hear back about the second question, I can reach out to them and depending upon the amount of information we're asking for them to collect, we'll basically determine hours and costs. So we'll get a better price once we kind of define the universe of what we're asking for. But the second thing I would just want to say is that this isn't designed or this is really intended to be a tool for Dr. Williams. With all due respect, I want to make sure that she is successful. And what this does is just to give her a tool that would just say, hey, here's what's going on in these various districts that we've defined. Here's the districts, here's what we're looking at. So that we're comparing apples to apples. And it can be used for both retention and recruitment and all those things, because then we know what the playing field's like out there. So again, this is just meant to be a tool to go forward, and I do believe that it'd be helpful to Dr. Williams in her capacity as she moves forward, because we do want her to be successful as she can.
Thank you very much. This is my point to comment. I have to agree with that about the tool. I think this is a useful tool, and it's a useful tool both for, well, just for the district in general. We have a better sense of what's out there, about what kind of structures are out there, what kind of compensation packages are there, and I think that would just be a helpful thing. I do want to reiterate what President Petrucci just said, which is that this wouldn't be a mandate. This is just information. And I also am interested in money and time frame, so thank you for that. Mr. Scott, you are up next.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. As it pertains to the specific question, similar to Dr. Evans Brown, I would want to know the cost and time of having two firms do this work. We're here at this place because of cost and how much it's going to cost us to increase salaries for our cabinet members. So I really do want to know how much this would cost us to do this study by these two firms. I also, similar to Board Member Belton Cotman, want to kind of hear more about Dr. Williams' vision for her cabinet. Also, though, agree with Board Member Jay in regards to, our superintendent search. And I think we are going to be discussing the process for the superintendent search tonight. And so I'll reserve my comments and questions regarding that for that point in the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Wood.
As far as these studies, I do think we need more than one perspective, because a lot of times there are the different perspectives can be very interesting. I mean, we had one group that they came from a really broad national basis, and what I'm looking at is our biggest competitors may just be right local, Williamsville, Rochester, etc. So I want our scope to not just go nationwide to some far-flung cities that are comparable, but include the people who are right here, who we just lost our Darren Brown to Williamsville. So I would like to see two studies. And as far as the scope, I do think the aim of this is to get the information that our interim superintendent can utilize, because we don't know if we're top heavy. Do we have twice as many staff in our area as comparable places. But we are the second largest school district. I would like to be able to give our current superintendent some information on what's out there, what is comparable, what seems realistic, and she can utilize that information to help structure whatever her vision is. I want to give her the respect to have that information to give us some of a vision and a direction and a mission. I like what she said so far. So I want to facilitate any information we can so that we can make a good plan with our superintendent on going forward, and that it will be something that won't bankrupt us as the previous 40% raises would have. That's my take.
I appreciate that. You answered my second question, Ms. Woods, and I was going to go from W on up. So I would just ask you to let me know. So let me say this first. It seems to be the consensus of the board that we would be interested in more than one, as long as it's for a reasonable amount. And also that we want this viewed as a tool, not as a mandate. It's a tool for our superintendent. And also that there's some interest in terms of working with our interim superintendent about her vision and goals. So that said, Ms. Woods, do you have a ballpark in terms of cost? You may not. That's okay, but I want to make sure that I add that on the table.
No, I'm not. I don't have a ballpark, but I'm just, I know we've added a significant number of staffing over the last few years, and it appeared that maybe a lot of people were doing other people's work, and then some people had 3 jobs. So I'm hoping this study will clarify what other places have and what's sensible. That's really what I'm hoping to give information to our interim superintendent on that, and the board also.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, Mr. Scott, my questions are the same for you. So Ms. Woods has indicated that she's interested in organizational structure and making sure it's proportional to the scope of work that's in the district, and it's comparable to comparable size districts. And I did ask about ballpark for cost. I'm going to ask you the same 2 questions: the scope of the project as well as cost, if you have any feedback on that.
Similar to Ms. Woods, I don't. I want to. Yeah,
it's a difficult question.
But I will just say that I don't want to be spending an incredible amount of money on this. That would concern me if we are. I'm getting concerned with the amount of firms and just that we're hiring and paying, and the cost, the collective cost of all of those.
I would agree with that. So I am up, and what I would recommend for consideration is that we ask for proposals and then we make a decision from there, knowing what the cost would be, and then we can calculate whether or not it's a significant impact on our finances. I also, in terms of the scope, would be interested, like Ms. Woods and Mr. Scott, on organizational structure in comparably sized districts. We want to make sure that that we have some good data and some good tools available to our district partners. Mr. Petrucci?
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. So first of all, let me just kind of put, as a person that's been charged with this, just to kind of lay out what I just want to see what next steps are. That I think once we go through this and see, once we have a well-defined scope of work, then I will put this forward and reach out to the 2 firms. At that point, I would ask for proposals. I will forward them to the board and survey the board to see where they're at with them in terms of cost. just because I know that we are kind of sensitive to the time also. So that seems to be, or that's what I'm proposing as kind of a method or a process going forward. For myself, what I would like to see is that, just having a base salary number doesn't oftentimes reflect total compensation. So I would be just kind of interested in things such as contribution to healthcare, time off, an educational reimbursement. I know that many districts reimburse employees at a certain level, and that can be significant as both a tool for recruitment, but it can also come as a cost to the district. And then also I agree with the scope of work comparisons that have been made by my peers tonight. Because again, we want to make sure that people are performing the same type of function in these various districts. But those would be my areas, and that would be the process that I would propose. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ms. McCosey, do you have anything to add on scope or to comment on the process that President Petrucci has laid out?
So yes and no. Here's my thing. If we go with these firms and there's the comparison and we set a standard with how we use this tool, and this tool becomes something that we utilize regardless and over the years, and something that, we're not consistently returning to. So yes, I'm concerned about cost. I'm more concerned about timeline. I'm more concerned with making sure that it aligns with Dr. Williams and her scope of work, but also respecting where she's coming from. But we have an opportunity here to get this right and to do it in a way that'll be substantial, and we can keep this going, for years to come. And I feel like if we're consistently not band-aiding, but we're consistently trying to figure out and using new tools and whatever, if we don't put, when we have a little bit of, we have a little bit of a surplus, if we don't put the money forward to get it right now, then we may not have this opportunity again. So I see the cost being a factor. Yes, I do. But at the same time, I'm also looking at the big picture and the long haul. And that is, if we talk about a brand new day, that's where we should be right now. And I'm not saying we should spend hundreds and thousands of dollars on this, but I am saying that we can be a little flexible when we know that it's for the greater good, that we're actually, this board can put a piece of procedure and policy in place that withstands our longevity on the board. And it's something that we know that Dr. Tondra Williams will be working with us on. It's a cohesive policy. I feel like the timeline, making sure it aligns with what she's doing, making sure everybody's respected on all levels and how we go about it, supersedes our concern about cost. Because I feel like we don't want to pay two firms 5 years from now to do the same thing. It's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, I like that, especially your point. I would second your point about making this a part of a regular process. I think it's an important thing. Mr. Hurd, I see your hand, but I'm going to ask Ms. J if she has any comments about scope of work, and then I'll turn to you next.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hurd, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Rivera. I just want to say that we're running a $1 billion organization, but what makes this different is that we're dealing with children and a city that's stricken by poverty, and children that's learning under these immense type of situations, environment. If the board wishes to go forward with this, I'm more concerned about outcomes and matching up with cities of our size, but not just of our size, but programs that have success. And with those, what I mean by that is that I want to look at cities of our size that has success, and I don't believe it should just be sustained to Western New York. I believe it should be a national base that we look from, and that cities that's shown to have increase in educational values, a decrease in crime rates and poverty, and see how they've done it first and what those individuals are getting paid for the work that they're doing. So I really think that there should be some more additives to this scope, instead of just saying, okay, comparing us to Rochester or Williamsville. We really need to look at our region and see what our outcomes are, what our needs are, and where we are proficient at, and then find districts that's comparable across the country and then base it upon that.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. So what I hear is comparable districts in size and also mission in terms of who they're serving. Thank you. Dr. Evans-Brown?
Ditto to most of my colleagues, what they said. I think that I'm looking at this analogy that we certainly need a playbook, right? A playbook, because there was never a tool that was used to look at salaries for the cabinet members. And so, like Jen said, I think when you look at sustainability and retention, you want to keep good people in the district who are doing the work. So for years to come, and it's something like what Lou said, to look at healthcare, for example. How much are people paying in that, and some of those other resources that come along with salary? Because sometimes you look at salary, you have to look at, okay, so what other incentives or kudos come along with that salary. You could be paid $40,000, but your healthcare plan is worth $20,000. You add that, you add your benefits, sick, personal, etc. You can have a nice little package. But I don't think that we have to do this is my opinion, I don't think we have to do a national comparison. I think we have enough urban districts in this country that do have comparable numbers of children, and those are the ones that we need to focus in on.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. And then Ms. Belton-Cotman.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said for the most part. I want to say that we are in the business of educating children. And when we don't see that happening, paying extra money to people is not going to guarantee it. So what I'm looking for a comparison with always three types of districts: high achieving, middle of the road, as well as similar low achieving or whatever. But ultimately, to continue to reward people without getting educational results is just prohibitive to me moving forward. Part of the training with the Council of Great City Schools is that it is very possible to change poor poverty districts into high performing districts. We were poor as kids. It didn't stop us from reading, didn't stop us from doing math, didn't stop my mother's children, single parent, going to college, multiple degrees, several of us. And so my point there is that we need to make sure that we have them look at the possibility of if there are any incentives attached to performance, etc. But it's time out just to reward people because they have a new position, without accountability for me. So that's a major thing for me. The other things I basically agree with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's part of why we're looking at this in systems. So President Petrucci, it sounds like we're okay with the next steps in terms of getting some proposals. The scope is organizational structure, proportional to our districts in size and need, and successful models, which is a part of accountability. And I also agree with your point about benefit, time off, educational reimbursement. And I would just add as a request, if at all possible, the question about attrition, about staff moving, how often staff move on in and out of a district. President Petrucci?
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to build upon what Sharon had asked. Would you want me to couch this in the form of a question as if to whether or not they have an annual evaluation tool or some type of evaluative tool? in these other districts or what that tool looks like. I mean, it's what we want. So it's before the board.
Absolutely. I feel that that's very important. That's your incentive to get progress and to move things to the next level. How hard you can drive it, or how hard you can make it happen. I don't think it should be exclusively attached to that, but I think improvements and progress should be rewarded if we're trying to get to a goal. I believe that.
I don't have a problem with that. My question is whether or not an accounting firm would have that kind of tool.
Why wouldn't they have it if they're looking at an employer and they ask the question, do you incentivize your employees?
That part makes sense to me.
Yeah.
When we were talking about a tool, that was the piece where I missed it. Okay. Thank you. Can I close out this piece of this? Any last comments? President Petrucci, are you clear on our next steps?
I am. I will.
Thank you.
What I'll do is that I will kind of memorialize all your comments. I'll circulate them quickly, and then I will reach out to the two firms, and then I will ask them to give us kind of a scope of work with a price and a timeline, and then we'll go from there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate you helping to move this along in this way. Dr. Williams, I'd like to turn this over to you at this point for any comments you have to make about this piece, but I also understand you have a presentation for us about what you've been doing so far. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Sure, it'll be brief. With respect to this piece, thank you so much for a robust discussion and conversation. That's really important. You know, as someone shared, I certainly was a part of the cabinet when this was initiated. And, you know, I know a lot of the work that happens within the cabinet. We do have, you know, a staff that is highly skilled. They work incredibly hard. You know, in some cases we have vacancies within the cabinet and folks have had to fill in the gaps so that, you know, most people don't realize that, you know, there is a vacancy and that some have taken on additional duties without pay. You know, in some cases, we have members that report to cabinet members that earn more than the cabinet does because they are able to accrue overtime and, you know, things such as that. So I want all of that to be considered. And certainly as I serve in the role of interim superintendent, this is day 25 for me, you know, and I want to be really, really thoughtful about this piece, respectful of the work that they do. And I hope when we are looking at this, that we are looking at, you know, lots of factors. We are looking at, you know, what we're expecting from the cabinet, the needs of our children and families. We know coming out of COVID that, you know, certainly the needs are increased and what we're asking from staff has increased. And so, you know, I have already begun researching and looking at other districts and how their cabinets are organized. I want to make sure that, you know, we are certainly, you know, getting the best bang for the buck and that, you know, the scope of work that is attached to staff members makes sense because again, you know, in some cases they are just pitch hitting and we're trying to, you know, do everything that we can to make sure that our children and families get every single thing that they need and deserve. So I just want to say that I've already begun researching and looking at some of that. I'm looking at organizational structures. I certainly want, you know, us to be fair when we're thinking about, you know, the work that the cabinet does. And as we're looking at, you know, this piece, I'm open to reviewing the tools that will be provided.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, if you felt that that would be helpful to you, since you're already doing your research. I appreciate your comments on that. Thank you. So at this point, what I'd like to turn to is the question of goals and vision. I'd like to invite you to speak to us some more about what you've been doing 25 days in. You've given us a very good document. I'm looking forward to having you walk us through some of this. So I'm going to turn this over to you at this point, Dr. Williams.
Okay, so I won't go through all of it, but I certainly do want to share that, I shared a very, I think, detailed document to talk about my first 25 work days as the interim superintendent. And, yesterday I did an interview and they asked, when you step in the middle of the year, is that difficult? And of course it can be, because you have a choice to either continue with the status quo and what has happened, or, you have a choice to do things as you see they need to be done. And, I chose, for a lot of what you see in my 25 days in, I chose the latter. And so I chose to take a look at my work and segment it into 5 different sections. And so, Admir, if you could please put up on the screen. While he's doing that, the 5 sections really focus on a lot of where my priorities have been. And, the first is, of course, I'm expecting excellent education in all schools. And I've been saying that on every tour that I've been to, every church that I've visited, every stakeholder that I've met with, when I'm meeting with parents, as we're meeting in cabinet, that is the expectation. So that was the first. The second is the safe and supportive learning environments. We have to have safety, we have to have order. And so I focused a lot of what I've done on those areas. A third is increasing, realigning our human capital and hiring, because what I'm hearing as I'm out is what I thought, but it's being confirmed that, we have got to ensure that our classrooms are covered with highly qualified people. And what I keep hearing as I'm out is that there is a push for either more teachers and staff that are representative of the students that they're servicing, and more training if that is not the case, so that the cultural and linguistically responsive pieces are there and there isn't a disconnect. Because what I'm hearing from parents is a belief that some of the disciplinary and disproportionate outcomes that we've had reflect that there may be a lack of understanding there. The third is enhancing our community connections. I was very clear from the start. I think that at this point in time, it's important to build trust. It's important to begin to heal our district. As I'm listening to parents, I think we're beginning to do some of that. And finally, talking about operational and fiscal excellence. We have got to make sure that we have these ESSER funds at this point in time, and that we are being responsible with these funds, and that we are making sure that our neediest populations are getting all that they need. And so, again, I've, listed, and I won't go through all of it, but I do want to highlight just a couple of things in each of the sections, if you allow me to. We were able to expedite the extended learning time piece under Ann Botticelli. We were getting stakeholders that were coming to board meetings over and over and over that wanted to see that. And we were able, under my leadership, to get that done. We also updated the education bargain, moving to the next level, and it's been very, very well received from our principals and from our parents, because I think, those entities and from our community stakeholders were not necessarily highlighted in the education bargain, and they are highlighted now in our moving to the next level. I'm meeting with our associate superintendents of school leadership. For too long, I think, when we look at alternate education, it's been specifically to address behavior issues, but that doesn't necessarily always meet the needs of students who just need something different. Maybe they're having difficulty being successful in a traditional school setting, and so they need something different. So yesterday, I had the opportunity to go to St. John Baptist Church. They have a whole campus. They have a whole litany of things that they are willing to offer to our children, opportunities to, participate in, yacht, they have a yacht, and teaching our children about, all of the things with respect to that. They have boxing classes. They have classrooms. They have a whole litany, a culinary piece that they're willing to offer and partner, with our district. And what I keep hearing over and over and over is that the community wants to be a part of the solution that happens for the Buffalo Public Schools. And so the big piece about the tour for me, yes, it gets, myself and my staff, out into the community, but more than that, it allows us to hear the voice of the community. They have a voice, and they are amplifying their voice. They are being very, very clear about what they would like to see. And so prior to us sitting down and creating a strategic plan that fits into our district comprehensive plan, we wanted to hear what the community is saying. So phase 1 are the tours that we're doing. Phase 2 will be going out and hearing from our students. I want to hear from our students what their experiences are. And not only the honor roll students, I want to hear from students who have had academic and behavioral issues. What is it? Where are the gaps for those children that we need to be cognizant of and look at filling? And the phase 3 for the tour will include meeting with our civic leaders, our not-for-profit leaders. I want to hear from them also, and I want to be able to share with them, what the vision for the district is and what we need from them. So the tours, will conclude as of April 14th, as I'm doing them now. And after that, we kick off the student tour, and then we kick off the community stakeholder piece. And so once we have all of that data, because it's a lot, we've got it well organized. We've got folks who are scripting and taking the feedback that we're hearing. We sit down and we look at patterns. We look at, what's prioritized, no matter what zip code, no matter, what the venue, if it's a church, if it's a community center, if it's a library, or if it's a school, what is it that we're hearing over and over? I'm meeting with clusters of principals, every single principal. I want to hear from them. What are your needs? What is it that, you'd like to see in our vision, so that it's a collective vision? It's not just, Tanja Williams and the cabinet, and then you have difficulty getting buy-in. So we've spent a lot of time. We've been very intentional about the tours, and I think we're going to garner some good feedback. As far as safe environments, we have hired, within the last 25 days, 19 security officers. That is huge. We had a bus aid recruitment fair, and I have to say it's because we didn't do things business as usual. We didn't just put it on the website and expect that folks would come. We were out in the community and we were pushing it. We had more than 200 people show up on a single day at the Adult Learning Center. And that's really, kudos for Tammy Holly McGee and Cheryl Kennedy. They really pushed it. And so, what I'm hoping at the outcome of it, they were able, and to make it a one-stop stop. So you showed up, you applied, you got interviewed, and as long as they get through civil service, they are hired. That is huge, because we've been hearing all along about bus issues. So this is what I mean when I'm out in the community and I'm hearing the concerns. We're being responsive, we're being intentional, and it's quick. We're not just, waiting and waiting and waiting to begin implementing things. With respect to enhanced community connections, I could go on and on about that, but, I'm rebuilding relationships with our parent leaders. I want to hear from them. I want to begin meeting with our parent Congress and hearing from them and engaging them and letting them know what the district needs also. I'm out in the community doing interviews. Anyone that has asked for an interview, I've been, willing to, whether it's news stations, Buffalo News, the television, because these are all modalities that, it's a venue to reach our parents, to begin building trust. And so you heard about the billboards. It's about building trust. We've lost 10,000 students to charter schools. There has to be an intentional and deliberate plan to bring those children back into the fold. And it's going to take trust. They have to trust the leadership. They have to trust the board. They have to trust our teachers. And so I'm beginning to rebuild that, and I'm being intentional. I want our children back. I want them back in the Buffalo Public Schools. I think we have highly qualified teachers. You know, we care about our children. There's no other place that's as diverse and has the robust number of course offerings that we have. And I want our parents to know that. So I'm out and I'm talking about it and I'm messaging it every single place I go. With respect to the operational excellence, I think when we're looking at budgeting, we have to be, intentional, and we have to involve the community. The community has to have a stake in how that budget is created and approved. And it has got to, the formula has to be such that, it's not business as usual. We're looking at this very personally. And so our neediest populations, it's got to be equitable, not equal, equitable. And we've got to start looking at, where the needs are and how we can begin to fill opportunity gaps for our children, because it's not just an achievement gap, it's about opportunity gaps. And so that's kind of a high level, explanation. I also included in this document, these are my first 25 days, but then I wanted to just stretch it out a little bit and say that, by May 31st, I've got some goals. I've got some things that I'm looking at. But when I look at our vision, in my opinion, it's very simple. And it is such that I believe in every person that, I'm hiring in this role has to believe this too, that all of our children can learn and they will learn. And that it's about us making sure that that happens. So there are no excuses. I believe, and I apologize if I offend anyone, but if we can teach birds to identify colors, we can certainly teach our children to read and to write and to learn mathematics. And that is my explanation. That's my expectation. So that's kind of where I am. I'm very transparent. I lead with integrity, as I've always said, which means I'm doing the right thing, whether people are looking or not. I'm going to do what's right for our children. So that's my high level piece on where I've been for the last 25 days. And as long as I'm serving in this role, I will continue to do what's best for children.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Williams. I appreciate that greatly. And I can see from my fellow board members, they agree you're being applauded. What interests me a lot is that you have already laid out a lot of goals here, as well as your vision of where we're going. And I'm looking over here because I have it on my second screen. It actually aligns a lot with the superintendent evaluation tool that we've used in the past also from NISBA and BOCES, which is relationship with the board, relationship with community, instructional leadership, student achievement, leadership for staff. You've hit really on all of those pieces. And so I just wanted to make a comment that I saw that alignment. I really appreciate that alignment. You've really laid out a nice vision and goals, in my opinion, as one board member. I'm going to open it up and allow my fellow board members to make comments. A few of them have already gotten in there with their hands. I think in this case, what I'll end up doing, here we go. I will go by hand. So if you want to come in on some comments, this time we're going to change it up a little bit. And if you could use the hand icon on the life size. Okay, Dr. Evans-Brown, you were in there first.
What? I got in first for a change?
Yes, ma'am, you certainly did.
Dr. Williams, thank you, Chairwoman Rivera. Dr. Williams, I really applaud you. This is very extensive work in 25 days. What I wanted to add, and you might have covered this, but I would like to see a couple of things in addition to add conversations with students, like you said you were going to have, but also the teachers. I remember when I had did a mixed method study when I was doing my dissertation. You'll be surprised at the number of the wealth of information you will get from those cohorts when you talk to them alone. particularly, young people. And it hasn't really changed much, especially when kids are disengaged in the classroom, for example. As we know, there's variables why kids don't show up to school. There's a litany of concerns. Some kids, don't come to school because they don't want to be embarrassed that they don't know how to read, for example, or they don't know how to do the complex work. And so because they don't have a relationship with maybe the teacher or another adult in the classroom, their way of getting out of it is that they just don't deal with it, right? So they don't come. And that kind of stuff still happens in 2022, believe it or not. And when we talk about that 10,000 kids that we lost, some of them were lost to charters, but some of them were lost in the streets. They're at home, they don't show up. So, that's a whole nother story, but I would like to see those conversations happen with just those cohorts, the teachers and the students. So that's my 2 cents, but good job.
I agree. And as we're going out into the schools, there oftentimes are teachers that are from those schools. So we do hear from them, but I certainly will, include a separate cohort that is specifically for teachers, teacher aides, teacher assistants, because they all have experiences that they would like to share. So I will do that.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, you raised your hand. You're up next. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Could you try and unmute?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Dr. Williams, the conversation tour that you are hosting has been wonderful. The feedback I've been getting wherever you've been up until yesterday at Performing Arts has been very positive. People are really authentically feeling like they're being heard. And I think that is something that you obviously know is absolutely needed as a part of that healing. What you just kind of laid out, and you mentioned intentional, very intentional, very, very intentional. You've been very accessible, very visible, and we need a leader. And also with media. The media, I know it can be tough, but we need somebody that is there responding to the tough questions and not just hiding or running away from them. There needs to be a response, even if it's one that people don't want to hear.
That's right.
So, awesome start. My recommendation would be, I think what you just shared, that document, shouldn't just be something that's shared with us. I think we need to put it out there. It should be on the website, Dr. Williams' first 25 days, whatever you want to call it, and get it out there, get it on social media, let people know, what you have been doing already in 25 days, what you've accomplished, and also where it's headed towards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would second that as well. Thank you. President Petrucci, I believe your hand was up.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Yes, Dr. Williams, very impressive. I know that I had the opportunity to attend the meeting at Southside with you. You saw, where you heard a variety of concerns, but it's good in that people are feeling this connection. They're feeling that they're part of the process, and I think there's a lot of value in that. That is how you build trust, when people feel that they're part of the solution, when they feel that they're part of the process. So thank you very much for all of your efforts. The one question I had was, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the exploration of the expansion of the alternative education program. Are you discussing any type of remote learning options as part of this also, or just I was wondering what your vision is for this type of, for the alt ed program?
Yeah, I am looking at remote learning. I'm looking at possibly, expanding alternate instruction down to grades 5 and 6. I'm looking at, there's nothing really at this point that's off the board. Again, I think for too long we focused on just students that have behavioral problems. And in essence, a lot of the time, the alternative school operates like a traditional school. There are certain, similarities. And so when we don't get the outcomes that we expect, maybe we need to look at things a little differently. And, so I'm looking at a multitude of things. I'm researching, I'm working with the Associates of School Leadership. I'm listening as I'm out on the tours. I want to hear, there are some students that remote learning works. It works. It has worked better for students that may have, school phobia, be suffering from depression and anxiety. And so we want to create a venue for those students to be successful. And again, at St. John Church yesterday, the litany of resources that were extended to us, and you were there and you heard, much of what was shared. I could easily see, and they specifically share that they are interested in working with younger age students who have had academic challenges in school. They're saying, please, these are the students that we want to engage. We want to work with. We don't want to lose these children. We want to be preventive and proactive. So I'm going to further that discussion also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. That was the one thing that did come out of the pandemic, that there were certain populations of our students that did do well through that remote learning platform. And I really think that there's some value there to be explored because we really need to tailor the educational methodology for each individual student for them to do well, to get us over those last, that last hurdle we need to get to where we really need to be. So I appreciate your efforts, and if I can be of any help, please let me know.
Thank you.
Ms. Makosi, you're up next.
Yes, so I don't want to just repeat what other folks are saying. So I agree wholeheartedly with everything that's been said. But I also want to add that I've never been contacted so much. The text messaging, the emails, the absolute transparency and communication that honestly in 6 years I have never seen at this level. Sometimes it's very disheartening because you're communicating about all, not just what looks good or makes you look good. You're communicating about any and all situations and exactly what you're doing, and not just what you're doing to uplift yourself. Like, I just want to point out that you're not being selfless. You're not being selfish. You're being exactly where you need to be. You're uplifting the people who are doing the work. Everyone who is responsible for the work, you're making sure they're on point. But they're also, I can see and feel that everybody wants to be on point for you. The atmosphere, the energies are shifting, and it's very, it's very encouraging is what I'd like to say. And I do want to point out that there is a teacher-student forum coming up that Dr. Tanja Williams is definitely committed to, and this is strictly dedicated to teacher and student voice on April 23rd. So I'm excited that you had taken the time out on a Saturday to do that and bring staff with you. But you honestly, I feel like everybody can tack on another aspect of what you've been doing, but I truly appreciate the communication on all levels, and it's not a self-fulfilling. You're not doing it just to make yourself look good, and that's completely obvious with how you go about it. And I just want to point that out, that it's not only commendable, I really feel like that's just you being your genuine self, and that makes it even more, encouraging for a board member as well as a parent in the district.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Makosi. And then finally, Ms. Woods.
Well, I know you're getting a lot of accolades with your approach, and they're well-deserved because there are hard issues facing our school system, and you're not shying from addressing those. The issue of diversity in staff. I toured my schools. There are a lot of new teachers who used to be teacher assistants and teachers aide, and that is one of the paths to putting more diversity into our staffing. The issue of teaching the whole child, addressing the whole child, and getting the music and the arts and just the variety of interests that will attract our students and make them want to be here. When I ran, I said, so many children told me, you know, music and arts was the only thing that they came to school for, and it kept them there. So we have the opportunity, and you are using this to remake education, remake it, and to fold in the remote options, and to also include everyone, the inclusiveness of your report and your vision. Our principals have visions for their schools, and you're listening, and it is refreshing. I'm hearing that from the principals who are saying, my Z Lab, the kids love doing things 3D, they can learn all this stuff. And my superintendent's listening to me. I just love your transparency, media, and talking to the board. I can't applaud you enough for actually reaching out and listening to the community and finding out there is a wealth and richness of support out there if you reach out and don't think you're the only smartest person in the room and nobody else knows anything. I think your one mission, one vision is the right message, and I think the community loves it. I know I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. I see that Mr. Hurd and Ms. Belton-Cotman would like to add their comments. We have about 15 minutes left in this work session, and there's just one more item that I want us to tackle, so I'm just asking we be cognizant of that. Mr. Hurd.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. I would just like to say that usually I get a lot of phone calls from parents that have concerns about their kids and children and what's going on inside the building, and if their child isn't learning or feel they're being mistreated in school, either by a teacher or a student or a couple of students. Lately, my phone call has been about how grateful they are to have a leader like Dr. Chandra Williams. And it's amazing I see people on the street and they just stop me to talk about something that she did in the past, last year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years ago. And I first seen that at Buff State when she came to the sectional basketball games, and all the students, former students, came and just hugged her and grabbed her and was like this so happy for her moving up because they know her character, what she represents, and why she's there. And it's amazing because teachers, even Saturday at the Excellent Education Red Carpet Walk, teachers just 100 teachers, I mean, just stopped and say, you know, I thank you for what you've done. And I said, you know, this was a board decision, it wasn't just me, but it was thank you for putting her in place, because now finally she actually talked to me and listened to me. And just to have, you know, teachers excited, and administration also, principals said the same thing, to be excited to go to work and excited about their job and excited that the person's that's in the high chair in the main office is listening to them and care about them and responding to their issues and problems. I mean, it's something, you know, personally, I never felt before in a superintendent. I only experienced one other superintendent before, you know, working with. And now Dr. Chandra Williams, I mean, there's so much respect from this community, from leaders. I received calls from, I think, just about all of our elected officials about supporting you and what you've done. You know, how you enlighten this community, because not only are you a reflection of our schools, you're a reflection of the community and what you portray to the community and helping their jobs better, you know, helping them do their jobs better. So it all works together, you know, into one. So I'm not going to keep going on, but I'm just happy that, you know, personally myself to see someone who's cares about their job. And we've been to many of the community meetings together. And I heard you say that you don't burn out, and I'm tired of following you to these meetings. I'm burning out. So everybody, I'm just saying to keep uplifting Dr. Chandra Williams, keep her strong, and any way, you know, I can assist and help you with your goals and the goals of the district, you know, I'm always to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Belton.
One last thing. And personally, I didn't go to the St. John's tour yesterday because I'm a member of that church and I didn't want to seem like I was biased. So I let you go there and just speak with
Great meeting.
everybody by yourself. Yeah. And just so I don't, be a cheerleader in the background. I just wanted them to have that interaction, that one-on-one.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Belton Contman.
Thank you. I'll be brief because you did say that you had things that you wanted to cover. I want to thank you, Dr. Williams. One of the concerns I had is whether we were going to be able to have a breath of fresh air coming out of the environment that you were in, and you certainly have proven that to everyone, and we all salute you for that. I have two concerns or two ideas I'd like to see move forward. I would like to see a campaign to recruit more parents and talk about what forming a parent group inside your schools would look like. We need to improve our and the opportunity to be part of the Parent Congress. I am very concerned about the Parent Congress and the lack of parent representation that exists within that group. As a board, we are Vice President Ann Revere and President Lou Petrucci. I would like to see us take a look at our policy in regards to how do we confirm if a parent group is active and if they are working with parents. I would like, just as we have goals as a district as we move forward, I'd like to see that. The other thing is that I would like an opportunity, particularly for the period of time that our children are not going to be, for the summer, the after school hours or whatever, that we take a look in providing additional supports and lifts for those children in that community. And I don't mind, you know what I'm saying? We have problems. We need to make sure that that the community, our grassroots community organizations inside the churches, inside the different facilities have an opportunity to work with our children. That was not provided. And I think if we do that, we can keep them off the street and we may save some lives. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I also think that it's appropriate to open the discussion of the search, since this is the first work session after the transition. But we don't really have a lot of time right now to delve into it in depth. And I didn't really want to have that in-depth conversation yet. I mostly wanted to go over some of the process of how a search would work. And I thought it worked really well with Dr. Williams's vision and goals, because good searches always come down to vision and goals. And so we have some nice coherence with that. Mostly what I'll run through is some high points with this, and then I can share some slides that I drew up with the board and with Dr. Williams as well about the charge for boards of education and the superintendent search process. So boards of education obviously are critical, and at least two of you have been through this transition before. No, actually three, four, because we have multiple transitions. So the charge when conducting the search is about planning and implementing a process. But the thing that I want to emphasize most of all is that it's really, really critical to create a search process that's an accurate reflection of what is desired. It needs to reflect the priorities of the community, of the school community. It needs to take into account needs and assets that are throughout the district. Dr. Williams has done an incredible job mapping out a lot of that already about what our needs are, what our assets are. Clarifying roles and responsibilities, including ground rules for participation for school board members and for staff, and to consider if the search process will be implemented by the board itself or by a search firm. Some items to consider in this are search planning, search assistance, advertising, applicant pool, applicant screening, and selection process. And I'll say it again because it bears repeating. Community participation and input is critical for a successful search. Having a clear vision is critical for a successful search. And considering as a part of this planning, a means for public participation, I would argue is something that we may want to consider as a board. Certainly for me as one board member, that's critical to me. For me as one board member, the other thing that's equally critical for me is that it's a fair process that does not privilege one area over another. So whatever we do, we need to come up with a search process that takes into account all of the talent that's available to us. And there's a lot of talent that's available to us, including talent that's sitting right here. And so I think what's really critical for us to consider as a board, and what I would propose to my fellow board members, is when we consider what that search process is, we consider how to form a search process that is fair, that has the widest range of applicants, and that it reflects accurately the needs of the district, and the needs and the desires of our community. One last thing that I'll leave you with on this subject is that we can think about this through stages. Generally, there's 5 stages. The first stage is initial search planning. The second stage is when the applications are opened, recruitment's carried on, initial screening happens. Third stage is when that application process closes. We have selection of semifinalists and then a selection of finalists. Fourth stage would be interviews and district visits. And then fifth stage is deliberation, offers, negotiations, and ratifications. We are not even in the first stage. We're in a pre-stage at this point. We have not announced anything. We haven't moved forward. I would like us as a board over the next couple of months to start really digging into this and thinking about what that search process would look like for this time and for this community. What I'd like to do next in terms of process is share what I have found. So I found this through a variety of search processes, including information from law firms, search firms, NYSBA, Council of Great City Schools, and the research literature on the selection process and how to run a selection process. I'd like to share this with you, give my fellow colleagues time to think about this, and then I'd like to come back together and have a real discussion about it. That's my proposal on the table. Is it the will of the body to follow that proposal where I give you this, you think about it, this would be a board item for the next work session for us to have a real discussion on. So we're not rushed.
Can I just ask one question? What did you say step 1 was?
Oh, the first stage?
Mm-hmm.
The first stage would be planning. So initial search planning, making those decisions about, is it a search firm? Is it board search? What the tentative timeline might be. There would be an initial search planning meeting, our visions and our goals, and discussion about community input.
Okay, so so you're saying, because you're saying that the community input is part of the,
Should be. Yes.
And it should probably be one of the very first things, right?
Correct. It would be.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Okay, thank you.
That would be in the first stage. President Petrucci, I believe your hand is raised. Oh, I see other hands too.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, while I'm putting forth things, or while we're putting forth things for everyone to contemplate, in the past, what the board has done is that we've brought in a third party to answer questions about the search process. It could be one of the law firms, it could be NYSBA. There are a variety of different agencies that do this. We would get a room, and then we would have them come in. I know that cost has been a recurrent theme tonight. It is, in the whole grand scheme of things, relatively reasonable, a few $1,000s. But the board members could ask all their questions about process and what to do, and the current state of superintendent searches and what we need to look for, what other districts have. It may have value because the majority of the board has not participated in something along those lines. And I'd be more than willing to coordinate something if that's the will of the board as well, but something for your consideration as we move forward.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that you brought that up. So Ms. Belton-Cotman, I know you already spoke. Mr. Scott, is your hand raised for this? I'm sorry, I can't hear you at all. Do you think you could unmute?
I keep pressing the wrong button and just lowering my hand thinking that's unmuting me. Sorry about that.
No
So
worries.
I just want to say, similar to what Ms. Belton-Cotman indicated, well, first, when I hear feedback from the public, parents, teachers as well, on the next superintendent and the search overwhelmingly, people are saying they want somebody local that's from Buffalo, homegrown. And I believe it's my recommendation that the very first thing we do is begin with a community forum to gather input on what the community believes we should do to guide our process for a search. And it also could be accompanied with a survey that's circulated as well. And I think it's before we spend any money, that's the very first step we do, is to have a community forum. The board hosts a community forum to gain direct input from the community on what they would like to see us do with a search for the next superintendent.
So if I could respond with that with one piece, one of the pieces that I looked at when I was examining search processes is that that's a fine idea, but we want to also make sure that we gather sources of information from all aspects of the community. And not every parent, not every caregiver, not every student is comfortable coming to a community forum. So I'm not against the idea. I just would urge that we look at multiple methods of ways of gathering feedback from all areas of our community. We're a very large community. We touch all aspects in the city of Buffalo. And we have various sub-communities in there too, right? Various areas that have a different perspective. The highest level that we're talking about is students, staff, caregivers, right? Community members, just general community members, all of those things are there. So part of what I'd like to see us do, and I would advocate for us to do, is to think about those things as well. You know, written surveys appeal to one segment, forums appeal to another segment. There are areas of our community that are difficult to reach. I think being very intentional about trying to reach them is important here. Okay, Dr. Evans-Brown.
Okay, I'm going to unmute. So I was invited to the councilman's education forum, and they have drafted a resolution that clearly supports Dr. Tanja Williams. They're not dictating, but they added their concern in the good faith that she would make a good candidate for a permanent superintendent. And so, and then there was a couple other people who also supported the resolution, such as a former principal in our district, Naomi Siri was there. And it was one other person, I can't remember. But nevertheless, I just wanted to add that to the table. So when we talk about, you know, community forums, I think we also need to, let me back up, because there was was it one of the restaurant millionaires who owned a restaurant, Salvatore's maybe? I don't know, put that billboard out on Elmwood supporting the superintendent as well. So you have a number. Yeah, thank you. So you also, you have a number of people who do support, our interim superintendent. And whoever said talent exists in this district, there's a lot of talent here. So there may be other people who are from this district that may want to throw in their hat as well. But I think I'm concurring with board member Scott that having community forums are good, but you're going to have several, because you got, you got your council people, you got your political people, you got your business people, et cetera, that also would like to have an opportunity to speak, on this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. I'd like to point out we're at 8:04. And this is a topic that we're going to have to really consider and think about more. So we have a lot of information on the table and things to consider that I think we'll want to pick up again. Mr. Hurd, you had a comment?
Yes. My question is the timing of this and why now? Right now, I think the district is concentrating on our final exams and testing and summer programs, summer school, which we showed earlier today. And it's to me is why now because um, we should really be talking about whether or not appointing a new superintendent or doing a search, whether we're going to do it with this board or the next board, which will be installed in January. And so, in saying this, I know that I haven't heard anything negative about Dr. Tanja Williams, and she gave a very, very distinct um, presentation tonight of her goals and the goals of the district and listening to our community, our teachers, principals, etc. And I really believe that we should allow her to operate at this time in good faith without putting stresses on her that she had to look over her shoulder and looking for, or the district looking for, a national search for another superintendent. And I believe that we should allow her time to operate and help her and assist her as we've been doing in these goals as we try to move forward in the district. And then at another date, without spending any money at this time, um, if necessary, to look for a possible search and conduct those things with the search, bringing in the attorneys and having the attorney look for other principles that we can use to utilize the tools for a search. So I really think that we really got things we need to concentrate on right now as a district. And I do challenge why now and why are we discussing this matter at this point in time when Dr. Tanja Williams is 25 days into her administration.
Well, Mr. Hurd, I'm going to be very clear on this point, which is that this is not a referendum on Dr. Williams at all. It says this is not a referendum on her. What this is a discussion of what that search should look like and what that timeline might be. So all of these items are on the table, but by ignoring it and not speaking about it, that exerts its own kind of pressure. And so I think one of the things that we do need to talk about as a board is what our vision is and what that would look like and what the process would look like. There's no mention of appointing new people or conducting the national search either. It's simply about all of the decision points are still there. We need to think about what that search would look like, what the timeline would be, what our vision for it is. I understand your vision. I appreciate your contribution. But again, this is not a referendum on our interim superintendent in any way.
No, I never assumed that this was a reprimand over any sort of way. But I was just saying that to allow her to operate and work. You see, Dr. Williams, I had so many staff members that called and said, they appreciate her, her immediate staff members, and they appreciate the work that she's doing, and giving them time now under a new leadership and a new cloud to be able to operate, more freely and really allowing them to do works that they feel that will uplift and better the district. We get to see a much better performance coming out this district moving forward. So I think we need that time for that to develop, and before we even mention anything about a search or anything about what the timeline will look like, or even how we will proceed toward next steps towards a search. So and I think that needs should be discussed with the board doing a workshop or something like that. If that's the measures we want to take, instead of just throwing this onto this panel right now.
Well, that was actually what was on the table, is what our next step was going to be. So again, my whole goal was to open the conversation, see what the board wanted to do for the next steps. So you and I are not on opposite sides on this. That is also what President Petrucci is talking about with the idea of a retreat where there's time to actually digest and talk about this. Ms. Melton-Cotton, you had another comment? Or was your hand just still up? No? Okay.
What's the time frame, Dr. Revere, for searching for superintendent? Isn't there some kind of time, those of you who've been on, okay. What's the time frame anyway?
Generally, It's anywhere from 9 months to a year. There are shorter ones and there are longer ones. So it's, that's the average. 9 months to a year. Some searches are shorter, some are longer. It depends on the scope of the search.
And I think that's the reason it's on the table, because it's not going to happen tomorrow. It takes time. Yeah.
Not even remotely, but also too, we need to have the conversation about where we want to go as a board anyway. So to Mr. Hurd's point, all of that is on the table. We need to have that conversation rather than just kind of leave it out there. We need to be intentional about what we're going to do as a board. Ms. Wood?
I'm sorry. Let me finish answering that. Apologize, Ms. Woods. How it reflects to from 9 to 12 months for a new search for a superintendent, that would bring us well into the new board. So the new board would be making a decision upon that based upon the information. And I don't see what relevance we have right now in instigating the search right now, in which a new board will be deciding what will happen.
So again, we're not instigating a search. We're not starting a search. We're talking about where we want to go next, whether or not we want to start a search, what that would look like, what the planning process is, when we would kick that off. It's all still on the table. Ms. Woods?
I just wanted to say that I agree we need to get our heads around, spell out, and have clarity around a search for a superintendent. But my understanding was one of the reasons we gave a several-year extension to the former superintendent was because it was pointed out that it takes 12 months, a year and a half to do a search, and that we needed to add that much time to enable us to not be pressured and to be able to do a thorough job of looking for a superintendent. So my idea, and I would conclude that it isn't a deadline that, we have to complete this in 12 months. We're going to spell it out, do a good job, take our time, and there isn't any, oh God, we got to get it in 9 months. We got to get it in 12 months, because that wasn't what was conveyed when we gave the extension to the previous superintendent.
So again, I don't think I said that. This is about being intentional. So I agree with you. This is about being intentional. It's about having a clear idea of where we want to go. We don't want to just sit on it and not have a conversation about it. We want to be intentional about our process, about what we envision, about where we want to go. Now, if it's the will of the board not to touch it at all, then that's the will of the board. But we won't know the will of the board unless we bring up the conversation. So that said, I do think we need more conversation. I'm certainly willing to put this again on the next work session. I'm going to share the information that I gathered, very high level, not written in stone information. I'm going to share that with all of you. It's in the form of a PowerPoint presentation. I would like you all to consider President Petrucci's suggestion about a retreat where we can have this discussion, where we can have the legalities of a search addressed for us. And we will dive into this again and consider a course of action as we move forward. And I look forward to having more robust conversation with all of you. Are there any last comments? Wonderful. Thank you so much. And with that, I close the Executive Affairs work session. I turn it over to Ms. Woods.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I am opening now the Finance and Operations Committee, and I'll see if I can't try to beat your timeline. We are going to have an update from our CFO on our budget process. Most of you are aware that $18.7 million was added to the school-based budgets so that our schools and our principals can improve their staffing so that they can address some of their needs. And I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from several of my schools. I've visited like 8 of them so far, and they're very happy with the additional $18.7 million. So I want to bring that to your attention, and our CFO will go over the details in the budget processing. And the other thing is we're going to have a presentation from our CFO on the ARP money and the ESSER funds, and he has a number of slides for you. But the only thing I want to say about the ESSER funds, it's an introduction, is that, or point, is that the ARP Act requires us to reserve at least 20% of our ESSER allocation to address learning loss through the implementation of evidence-based interventions such as summer learning, summer enrichment, extended day, comprehensive after-school programs, or extended school year programs. And they want us to ensure that these interventions respond to our students' academic, social, emotional needs, and address the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus on economically disadvantaged students, children with disabilities, English language learners, racial and ethnic minorities, migrant students, homeless students, students in foster care. So I just want to read that to you so you understand remaking education and addressing learning loss for our neediest children is a big part mandated for our ESSER funds. With that, I turn it over to our illustrious CFO, Jeff Pritchard, for his wonderful presentation with the numbers, the facts, etc. Jeff?
Thank you, Board Member Woods. I did want to defer to Interim Superintendent Williams to find out if she has any comments prior to my presentation.
I do not. I think our board chairwoman shared everything I would have covered. So I'm just looking forward to hearing the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, good evening, board members. Admir, can you please advance the slide to page 2? And again, what I'm trying to do with this presentation here, and this is typical what we do in early April, is try to establish a very high-level overview of where we are with the budget. And typically, we would be able to discuss with you what we know of the adopted state budget. At this point, last I checked, it has still not been approved. So that uncertainty still exists with us. However, I think the uncertainty is a little bit less this year than it would have been in past years because the governor's proposed budget essentially advanced upon what was approved in last year's budget. So this slide here really just goes over that. So in January, Governor Hochul released her executive budget proposal, statewide increase of $1.6 billion in foundation aid. So that's the previously established year 2 phase-in, and a $0.5 billion increase in other expense-based aids. The BPS, based on those aid runs and our analysis of them, we calculated that we would have about a $31.4 million or 3.6% increase in state aid next year. And that's relatively closely aligned to our 4-year financial plan. So all that sounds pretty good so far. The adopted state budget, as I mentioned, when I prepared this presentation, it was still not approved. If it's approved tomorrow, usually within a day or so, we'll have good numbers in terms of foundation aid and other aids types. However, legislation, which many aid types are based on legislation, we won't even be able to begin that analysis until the budget's adopted. So we're close to a week behind now in terms of the state budget. There's really no certainty when it will be passed, but we will very shortly begin based on our best estimates, based on, again, what we know now. Now, I want to share some of the high-level points on the budget right now that I think are very important to frame our overall financial picture going forward. So charter school tuition, and you've heard this from me many times, continues and will continue to be a challenge to the district next year as it is this year and will be in future years. We're expecting, based on our preliminary estimates, 10,839 pupils. That's an increase of 508 over the revised budget right now for this year. And it's an increase of 1,139 from the original budget. So what's the difference between those two numbers? Well, when we adopted the budget last year, we had expected Westminster and Enterprise to close. Those two schools were not closed. They are continuing next year. There is also a new school, I think it's Buffalo Commons, that will open next year. And many schools, many charter schools are continuing to expand out. I think we have 3 schools in the next 2 years that will be expanding into high school. So we're going to have growth really across the spectrum. Charter school tuition, I expect to be about $154.6 million. So that's a $10.6 million increased over our revised budget, or an $18.9 million over the original budget. Again, the difference between 10.6 and 18.9, that's Westminster and Enterprise, which are now expected to continue for the foreseeable future. 173 million is really the cost that we would attach to charter schools if you include other things beyond tuition. So pass-through costs of other grants, food service, transportation, nursing, all those types of costs add about 11 or 12% to the tuition cost in terms of district costs. So those are some pretty big numbers and some pretty big growth in those numbers. So again, I want to establish that that's a significant change or increase in our budget. The next little bullet point there is really just reminding everyone that this presentation, prior presentations, any of our budget reports, we keep those up to date on the finance webpage. So you can always refer to that. Go to the district departments and then finance, and you can link up with any of the documents that we have. Next page, please, Admir. Just another update on the timing. So I always try to keep the budget timeline in front of us. Tonight, Finance Committee, we're focusing again on high-level trends, details. So I don't have a lot of the individual details at this point to share with the board because we're still working on that internally with the superintendent and cabinet. So we've completed a lot of our initial reviews, school-based budgets, departments. Now we're compiling that data together, and the cabinet and superintendent will schedule meetings shortly to review at a high level and then at a detail level these budget numbers. The state budget, again, in April, the state budget will be adopted. We don't know yet exactly what that's going to look like, and there may be some adjustments to our budget based on that information. We also have to have a draft budget to the board, not the full detailed budget that you're used to, but we're statutorily required to submit a 4-year financial plan to the control board by the end of April. So I intend to bring to the board an update of our existing 4-year financial plan to the April board meeting. Now, the financial plan was most recently reviewed by the board and approved in December. So we will be updating to essentially roll it forward a year and bring in any new assumptions, calculations, things like that. So we'll be sharing that with the board as soon as we can. In May, so May is really when we close out our budget. So superintendent proposed budget is submitted to the board. We have Finance and Operations Committee scheduled on May 4th. Typically, we would schedule one or more other committee meetings to go into some of the details of the budget. So that's not scheduled yet, but that we assume will be. And then the May board meeting, May 18th, is when we would anticipate at this point bringing a proposed budget to the board. Next slide, please, Edmure. So now I'm going to start getting into some of the trends, and the next couple slides are going to speak to that. These are charts that you're used to seeing. We update them every year in our budget packet, and they're important in that they show historical trends and how things are looking towards the future. So, first chart on the left-hand side is our cumulative change in pupil counts, and that's district schools versus charter schools. And you can see there's a blue line that is going up, there's an orange line that is going down, and then in the middle there's a gray line that is kind of wavering along no change until the last couple of years when it's starting to trend down a bit. That basically shows you where we have a relatively flat population, slightly declining. So since 2014-15, the number of public school students in Buffalo is down a little over 1,000. And yet charter schools are up over 3,000 and BPS schools are down a little less than 5,000. And that's the projection for next year based on the growth in charter schools anticipated for next year. As we have again, a relatively flat population, charter schools grow, those students come from somewhere, and generally they're coming from our schools. The chart on the right-hand side is one that we show that compares our district enrollment, which is the orange, along with our general fund FTE count, which is in gray. And over time, you would expect these things generally to align with each other. And I think, as everyone knows, we have over the last several years had a rather significant drop off in students. Some students, as a result of COVID, have not come back to our schools, and we've been dropping students. We are in our budget continuing to add staff positions. And you'll also see on here in this chart, I only have it through now. I do not have the projections for next year in there, but I anticipate that our budget will likely have overall, if you include grants and the ARP ESSER funding, we'll have increases from where we are today in terms of the overall budgeted positions. And I'm showing on this chart that little jump off point in red showing our ESSER positions that are budgeted. Now, the reason I'm showing those in this chart is most grants, grants like Title I and IDEA, things like that, they continue from year to year, same with UPK and things like that. We have a short-term duration. We have 2 more years of this federal stimulus funding. And as we have positions that are funded through this funding, in 2 years, those positions are going to have to either go away or they're going to have to be funded somewhere else, possibly replacing other funding. So I'm going to show that and keep that on there. So we always keep in mind that we've got this group of staff positions that are short-term in duration. And again, ideally, the point of the ARP ESSER funding is that we need to supplement what we do now to bring kids back to hopefully grade level and beyond over the next couple of years. But the intent is not for it to be permanent. The intent is that we would put resources towards these goals, and then those resources would essentially wane out at a period in time in the future. So I'm going to go to the next slide. And on this slide, I'm looking at some additional trends. So you've seen that we're growing, and we have historically been growing positions in our budget relative to a shrinking population. The shrinking population is due to charter schools. Now, these charts show the general fund and where I say all funds, so that's general fund, grants, food service. And what I'm actually doing here is plotting budgeted positions against positions that are actually filled. Now, this is not looking at it at a detailed level, but it's looking at it in total. So if our budget includes, the general fund budget includes about 4,900 positions, that's the number of budgeted positions that we have. We have filled about 4,700. So we've got about 200 vacant positions in the general fund. That is something that I look at all the time, because ultimately if we budget for a position, we have to fund that position. Now, if we don't fill that position, there's budgetary savings. But on the flip side, there's also then a loss in some department or some school of a much needed resource. And then there are other costs that go in to remediate that missing, that missing position. The chart on the right-hand side, I'm including, again, these grant funds, and I want to take you all the way over to the right-hand side of that chart, and you can see there's the blue line and the orange line. So blue is our original budget. That's sort of what's in the adopted budget, and the orange is revised. Now, why is the all funds FTE budget higher than the original? The revised is higher than the original because we've included positions as a result of the ARP ESSER funding. Now, if you look at the gray chart, you're going to see that we haven't really grown our overall number of staff positions. I think we probably know that, that as we've added positions, we're not really filling them all. And in this chart, I look at these charts, the reason there's a lot of data points on there and I look at them over time is because I always like to see the trends. And sometimes if something starts to look a little bit weird, it may mean that we got to drill down a little bit deeper and try to understand where these things are coming. But what we're seeing, and this is not just us, this is something that these are things that are happening nationally, is that we're not filling all the positions that we have. And again, when we don't fill those, we need to provide resources in some other manner to meet those needs, which then might mean if you don't fill positions, then you look for subs to fill vacant teacher positions. But what if the subs are down? Then these things tend to snowball. So these are charts that until it changes, until that gap between the actual and the budgeted positions close, I think we're going to probably see large, large gaps like this for the foreseeable future until things start to change a bit. And again, this will be national, state, regional, until there's more people to fill these positions or willing to take jobs. That's going to be something that we're going to be dealing with. So that's certainly a problem, and that's why I'm bringing this to the board's attention. And really the public's attention and my colleagues' attention so we understand, because in some cases we've got departments that want to add positions, but they've got positions that aren't even filled yet. And when that happens, I guess the question that I would ask, and a logical person would perhaps ask, do we need to fill the vacancies first before we look to add more? I'm going to, Admir, if you could please go to the next slide, where I'll talk about this a little bit more. So this really is verbally or in writing kind of describing what I showed in those charts. So we have 4,876 FTEs, full-time equivalent positions in the general fund. About 190 are vacant, 3.9%. And that's actually not bad, all things considered, given where we're at. We have 5,759 positions in all funds. That includes grants and the ARP ESSER. And there's about 394 vacant. So you can kind of see our vacancies really are primarily in these grant positions. And that's because it's taking time to fill them. That vacancy is about 6.8%. Now, though that data above does not include things like bus aides and food service workers and substitutes, custodians. Custodians are obviously not our employees, but we can see the issues with custodians as well, and other hourly workers. If you look at the number of checks that we run on a biweekly basis, they're down in these groups about 300 to 400 per week, lower than they were before COVID. So if we've got vacancies and we also have not as many substitutes and other positions to fill them, you can see that there's probably issues there. And again, that's national, local trends. And I expect, based on budget requests that have come in, that we are planning, we're asking to grow positions. And as a result, I think we may see a corresponding increase in vacancies next year as well, unless something changes. Few other things, and these are questions that I have here in question form, and they're questions that I've heard from board members in prior meetings, you know, if we add coaches, administrators, non-classroom BTF positions that are sourced from classroom teachers, is that going to harm the classroom more if we already have vacancies? You know, do we need new supplemental positions if vacancies were actually filled? This is maybe an easier question to answer in a central office department, more so than a school, because schools, you know, you don't necessarily know within the overall school population. One school wouldn't know if there's vacancies in others because they're really focused in on their own. But those, I think, are very good questions to ask that we need to just keep in mind as we're analyzing our budgets. And these aren't trends that are necessarily shocking or surprising to us based on what we're seeing elsewhere. So that's the trend with the staffing. Now I'm going to start to pivot into ARP-ESSER funding. So as we all know, there is $289.6 million in federal funding that has been allocated to the district over a 3-year period. We have you know, the ARP plan that was put, and it's posted on the web still, and the applications to the state, those are on the web. Those have been now approved by the state. We'll get to that in a minute. The school-based budgets include a very specific allocation this upcoming year, for SBMT allocations of $18.7 million. So Board Member Woods brought that up a little while ago, that and those dollars were allocated based on the weighted student formulas. It takes into account multilingual status, free and reduced price lunch status of students, special ed status of students, and not just a one-for-one basis for that. There will be many positions. I think there's probably about 100 or so in our current year budget that are funded by in ARP-ESSER funding. Again, these positions will end at this point by September of 2024. And I also need to share, there are no assurances that ARP-ESSER funding won't be needed to address currently unknown purposes. And that could be something, some new spending that identified, or possibly in a future year, a reduction in other revenue that we are not anticipating at this point. Things aren't looking bad right now, but you know, a year ago at this point, we had just found out that we weren't going to have to lay off 500 positions because of a budget gap. So if you were to go 13 months ago, that was something that we were seriously looking at. A month later, we found out that we were going to have the biggest increase in state aid ever, and a full phase-in of foundation aid. So things can change very quickly. And in this case, it happened for the good, but that doesn't mean that it will always be for the good. Next slide, please. This slide, I apologize for repeating it because I do show it in every presentation that I have. It just recaps our ARP-ESSER plan, $289.6 million. It's 2 different federal grants, ESSER 2, $89.2 million, that expires September 23. That was approved by the Education Department in November of 21. The ESSER 3, that's the ARP funding specifically, $200.4 million, that expires in September of 2024. That has the 20% lost instruction time set aside, which works out to $40.1 million of that $200 million. That plan was recently approved just in February, at the very end of February. That was approved by the Education Department, and the applications with full grant detail are posted in the ARP plan section of the district website. So that link there would take you to those budgets. There's an ESSER 2 and an ESSER 3 budget. One of them's 50 something pages. The other's about 110 pages. That is more detail than I think has ever been really shared in any type of funding program on our web. Even if you look at our budget, which is 100 and something pages with the school-based budget summaries, there's more detail in these budgets than there are in other budgets. This was incredibly detailed work that was put into these by department level, by year, by down to individual spending items in there. So a lot of the questions that do come up from the public in terms of what is in these plans and where is the money going, where is it budgeted, that is reflected in there. Now, some of the things in there will change over time, and I'll get to that in a minute, how we're going to start to identify when things will change, but there is, but all that detail is in there, and I would really recommend for anyone that wants to understand what's in this funding, that those documents are important to download, to read through, just to see what's in there, because those are the things that we're asking all of our cabinet heads and their departments to execute on. And this is a significant undertaking. To have that type of money that is essentially dropped on the district really out of the blue to develop, over 3 years, roughly 300 million, 100 million a year in spending is an incredible undertaking. And we've done a great amount of work over the last year to begin to execute on it. But these things do take time, and we're seeing that in all of our departments and so forth. But the actual plans themselves and what we intend to do is in there now. And then as we start to make changes, we'll see how that pivots, where we have to go back to community involvement, board discussions internally first, obviously, but we're going to start to see how some of those plans are going to be revised and improved and address new needs that are identified. So this summary, again, I apologize, you've seen it many times, but it is important to just keep that at a high level so we're all thinking about it. Edmure, if you could please go to the next slide. This data in this slide is this is new. Last time we met, I had prepared a document that really outlined sort of by functional area where the budgets in the first year are. What I've attempted to do here, and I'm kind of laying out the summary of what it looks like, is an overall projection now, which is something that we have to develop, really the infrastructure and how to project this. It's one thing to project spending that is continuing year after year. New program spending where we don't necessarily know when things are going to start and stop is much more difficult, and is still something we have to work on a great deal. But what I have endeavored to do here is really give a presentation and a projection at this time of where I'm seeing the first year of our ARP ESSER funds, and this is both of these grants together, where I'm seeing those based on what I know now, project out in terms of the spending. So I can point to you each of the categories that you'll see on the left-hand side are the type of spending. You can see at the very top, BTF teachers, below that substitutes, administrators, and so forth. All the way down, a little over halfway down to teaching assistants. That's the last group in there. Those are called character codes. That summarizes the spending by these types of expenditures. And you'll see above the teaching assistants, number 12, BTF other compensation. So that's things like the summer programming, ELT, any type of hourly, professional development. There's a lot of salary dollars in that for existing staff to work extra time on whatever the program is. When you get to the bottom half of this, now we start to get into things like equipment, contracts, facilities, transportation, custodial contracts, textbooks, supplies, software, and then benefits I've lumped into one line and interfund transfers into one line. The total, now I'm going to start going across the top so you can start to follow along at the budget amount. So I've got essentially a revised budget now first year of about 107 million in all of these categories. We have spent through March about 24.2 million. That doesn't sound like a lot, but let me keep going here. Encumbrances. Now, an encumbrance is a commitment to purchase something. So when we have a purchase of equipment or a contract or whatever the case may be, we enter into a contract, we issue a purchase order, and then we've now encumbered those dollars. So that basically means that we've got a program in place that we've not cut a check yet, but we have contracts in place, purchase orders out there. So that's another $17.9 million. So we've spent or encumbered 42 million through March. And then the next column, I have a projection of spending from April through June. Now, what I do with this is I look at the salary lines, and if we've got positions in there, I assume they will continue to pay for the rest of the year. There's certain spending that is going to be moved into the ARP plan that's currently in the general fund. Some of the extra time that our best members, the aides and assistants, are working, that right now is being charged to their home accounts. We're actually going to transfer that into the ARP plan. That was one of the things that was budgeted. We had asked them to work an extra hour to assist with transportation and things like that, and those are perfect things to fund out of the ARP plan. So I've got a projection of spending from April through June of about 18.6 million. So I'm looking at the right-hand column, second from the right, that we'll spend about 60.7 million right now based on what I know. Now, there's a lot of, in the upcoming board meeting and probably the one after, there'll be spending that is ARP funded that we've not yet issued purchase orders, no contracts for, that will be forthcoming. Departments have until May 1st is when we set the deadline for this fiscal year to try and get their requisitions in. So there'll be more, hopefully, that comes in from that. But again, right now, I've got about 60.7 million that I'm projecting based on the information that I have. That leaves an unspent amount of about 46 million. Now, what's going to happen with that? Well, that money's not going back to the federal government. So I just want that to be very clear here, that that's not what's going to happen. So what is going to happen? Well, one, a lot of program spending that we have may just be delayed. If we thought we were going to do it all in this fiscal year, no, it may actually go into the next fiscal year. So that's in large part with a lot of the non-salary things that will be. Salary positions, all of our staffing positions were budgeted as though they would be in the entire budget for the entire year. When we started the process, it was before the year started. And obviously not all those positions are filled. Those dollars will not be spent, and those can be reallocated to additional things. Board is probably likely aware that we're looking at some major investments related to security. We saw a couple board meetings ago contracts related to some of our partners at church organizations and other community organizations that were not in the original plan. Some of these dollars are going to pivot into spending like that, and some of these dollars will be utilized to cover additional spending that our departments and schools may request above and beyond what is funded right now in the budgets. But again, all that needs to be tempered with an understanding that if we think we're going to add another 100 or 200 or 300 positions, it may not be possible to fill all of those positions. So that's a factor that has to play into all of this. But I had promised the last meeting where I had given an update on ARP budgets that I would provide as best I can an estimate of how much we have spent or will spend this year. This is something that will continue to be tweaked, and I suspect that it will grow in the coming weeks. But based on the information that I have right now, and in my projections, this is the data that I have. That a little over $100 million budget, 60 I feel confident will certainly be spent or it will be encumbered, and then now it's a question of what other of the other programming, how much of that can get started before the end of the year. And if not, that means that some of these budget dollars are going to shift into the next year because the spending will shift a year, months or a year later. So I know that's a lot of data there, but again, I wanted to share that information based on the projections that I was able to pull together this week. So that is the ARP ESSER update. We're still really developing reporting for all of this. And again, each month, I hope to be able to share a little bit more and then have some sort of, more regular reporting that we can print out for the board to provide updates on where we are regularly as we proceed. And again, as we're working on the budget, there'll be adjustments, changes, things like that may need to be made in some of our ESSER budgeted funding. So I'd like to now go to the final slide, just as a quick recap and look ahead on finance and operations related items. So again, Finance and Operations Committee, the only confirmed meeting we have right now, May 4th. So by that point, we expect we'll have a detailed budget update and discussion for the board, another ARP-ESSER update. Hopefully we can start to pull some of that into some regular reporting for the board. April 20th, we've got a board meeting coming up in a couple weeks. There will be a resolution for our Joint Schools Construction Board debt refinancing. At this point, it's expected to save $3.6 million as of the end of March, and that's actually down $1.2 million from the end of February. So as we're all aware, interest rates are starting to go up. Interest rates are higher. When we refinance debt, we're not going to refinance it at a lower rate as it would have been if it was a month ago or 2 months ago or 3 months ago. Still, $3.6 million is significant, and that will roll into our capital plan. 4-year financial plan, again, that will be brought to the board at the April 20th meeting. So an update of what the board had seen in December. May, we would hope to bring the adopted budget or a proposed adopted budget at May 18th, and we'll have third quarter financial report, third quarter grant report, and we expect also to have updated procurement policies, including MWBE policy, to be submitted to the board for tabling. So that is a lot. That's the finance and operations update that I have. And now if we want to get into some questions, be happy to answer them.
Well, as you said, board members, working with the budget is very detailed, comprehensive, and a lot of materials. I just want to say to each of the board members, the staff, Lisa and Iris, did print out the ESSER ARP plan. It is 118 pages for one and 50 for the other. And you do need to take a look at the plan and see what's in it, because it is a lot, and it's hard to read it over the computer.
Mm-hmm.
I had a question, Jeff, about you point out the difference between the number of positions in the budget that we actually have filled and the staff that we actually have serving our schools, talking with the budget, about the general fund budget. And you point out there's like 400 positions that are not filled. The board has repeatedly in the past asked HR to give a report to the board on the number of vacant positions, in by each school, so that we could see the situations that our schools are facing. They have vacant math teachers, science teachers, whatever. That was information that we haven't frequently received. So I'm hoping there's some way to actually get that information to board members, because the impact of vacancies, especially when the positions are filled with substitutes in key areas like math or science, the parents complain. And they complain to us board members, and we don't have the information to say, okay, what's going on with our schools? They're being shortchanged, and you're pointing out that it's going to continue, and it's going to be even worse if we don't get the ability for HR to recruit more people and bring in more people. So any way of getting that report, and then board members, I see some hands up, but is there any way of getting that vacancy report by school so that our board members can know the impact?
Paulette, so I'm endeavoring to drill down from this very high level. I believe that within finance, we can certainly get down to sort of a department level, because that is one bit of information that we need in order to budget. That if we've got groups of teachers that we have a lot of vacancies in, that we need to understand that if we're looking to add more of those positions. We just have to know going into the budget. So I believe we can certainly get that. I will be working with, we'll work very closely with HR to try and drill it down all the way to a school by school level. That's certainly something that would be, I think, important to know. I don't have that information right now. But we'll certainly work with HR to try and really pull everything together and kind of come full circle on the data.
I greatly appreciate that, Jeffrey. Okay, I see Dr. Kathy Evans Brown and Larry Scott. I see two hands up. Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, then Mr. Scott.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for another robust presentation, finance presentation. You always do a wonderful job, and you make it clear, sort of clear, to some of us novice people. But two observations. One, for the historical staff and student trends, that chart, every year we get a number of returnees from charter schools, the students especially I'm talking about. How does that change? I don't know if you can answer that. How does that change the trending? For example, because I know 2 years ago we received as a district 700 kids back from the charter schools, right? And so when we talk about finances, does that have an impact on the district, or that trending, do it change at that time, or do it change the following year, for example? And like I said, I don't know if you can answer that question, but it's just interesting when you talk about this chart here I'm talking about with the trending of the students. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can answer that. And the charter student counts that you see on there are based on a full-time equivalent. So if one student spent half a year at a charter school, and then half a year later, halfway through the year was returned to a BPS school, that would count as 0.5 of a student. So, and obviously that happens over many thousands of students. So if there's 10,000 charter school students, in reality, there may have been 11,000 students that were in a charter school for a portion of the year, and then several hundred come back, and then several hundred go to the charter school. So there's a constant churn that certain students are at portions of a year recorded in both places, but they're done at a full-time equivalency. So if it's half a year in one, half a year in another, they should be reflected half a year in one, half a year in the other. And then to kind of take your question a little bit further, because it usually comes up in the tuition, is that the tuition we pay is also based on a full-time equivalent.
Okay.
For one student that spent half a year at a charter school, the current tuition rate's like $13,000 something. It would be about $6,500. So we would pay for them as though they were there half the time. So it's done, it's done based on the number of school days in the year. So that should adjust, like that data should be adjusted in here. And again, that's why we look at trends, because even if we say, well, hundreds of students come back, but then hundreds also leave because they're generally replacing each other. But all those would be factored in, and then as you look at it over time, it would further be factored in that you don't see huge spikes back and forth. The charter growth has been pretty consistent over time. even though there is quite a bit of returns and new students going to charter schools.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer because I wasn't sure how we capture, those trends, but thank you for that explanation. Then my last question is about the 18.7 million allocation of ESSER funding. How did we come up with the allocation for each school?
So it was based on the budgeted enrollment of each school, and then based on the student makeup of that population. So, and this is one of the things. This is really what that New York State transparency was all about. It is basically looking. You don't just look at a student count. You look at what makes up that student count, and what they use is. To factor in a student weighting, they look at whether they're special education or not. So a school that has a larger special ed population will get more proportionately than a school with a smaller one. They look at multilingual, so schools that have a large English language learner population, that weighting, those students will be weighted more. And then they also look at the students if they're free and reduced price lunch classified in our data. So it uses all those factors to provide a weighting of our students. And the decision was made that we didn't want to do it even per school because obviously schools are different sizes. And even if you look at it based on a per student basis, not every student is the same. So for this 18.7, we use the weighting that New York State established because essentially that's how they look at our school budgets. They look at our school budget spending, and then they look at our budgeted pupil counts, and then they weight them. And then they determine what they think the funding would have been had we spread the funding based on those same weights. So we use that weighting mechanism for the 18.7 million.
Excuse me, can you explain to me what's different this year with the weighting than last year?
That weighting didn't exist.
That's not clear to me.
That weighting
in the budget, right? You always had a weighting. You use something always with that.
No, not for a dollar allocation in the budget. So if you are a special education student, in the budget, the special education department would allocate to you whatever your needs are. So depending on what your IEP says, what type of classroom setting you're in, the special education department would provide those services for you. Similarly, multilingual would do the same. So they would look at the schools, and then they would do essentially an allocation from the central office into the school to cover the needs of those students. So what we did not do is provide just a straight dollar allocation based on those same weights. So this was really us using that state weighting system as a mechanism of allocating this additional funding from the ARP plan.
So each school has an additional pot that's separate than what they would have normally gotten, Jeff?
That's correct.
Okay, so where do we find that on the budget? Is it at the beginning of it? Is it up at the top, or is it at the bottom?
Well, when the schools do their budgeting, we haven't pulled together the summaries for you yet, but that will be reflected in there, and you'll be able to see the amount per school. But each school, the school-based budgets include all the funding that schools have. So what's in the general fund, and then whatever grants they have, that includes all of that. So that bucket of money in the schools was reflected essentially as a new allocation of dollars that I think was called ARP ESSER. And we'll be able to share that in the summaries. We'll be able to show kind of how that's reflected in there. But ultimately, what it is, it's an additional pot of money for those schools based on that weighting for the SBMTs to use in the school-based budget process, and that has not existed in prior years.
And I really appreciate you providing that list because it was real specific in terms of the school, the type of school, whether it was elementary or high school, and the dollar amount that was weighted and targeted for that particular school. So I really like that, real specific, that was sent out today. Thank you.
Yep, no, thank you.
Mr. Scott, your hand is up.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. One observation and then one question. Obviously, the vacancies are concerning. And as you mentioned, Mr. Pritchard, they're likely to get worse. It's a national problem. It's far beyond just Buffalo. And it just, to me, shows the need for us to prioritize a new and competitive contract with our Buffalo teachers. My question has to do with charter schools and the growth and the amount that's growing in our budget for charter schools. It looks like we're approaching 11,000 charter school students. Am I right in calculating that we're now approaching 30% charter school students?
And I haven't kind of pulled the calculations, but for this year that we're in now, I know we're over 25%. The K to 12 population, we're more than 25% in charter schools. Yeah, it's been growing a few percents every year, so we might be approaching 30%, or will be shortly.
And just want to remind everybody, especially the public, that New York City is capped by state law at 11%. And there is a bill in the Assembly and the Senate, both that were introduced in committee last year, and they haven't moved to essentially put a moratorium on charter schools in the city of Buffalo. Thank you, Mr. Pritchard, for your presentation.
Lou Petruski, I believe our president has a question.
Thank you, Paulette, for making me an honorary poll this evening. I was just wondering, Jeff, if you could give us a little insight as to what the MWBE policy might look like that you're going to present, just some of the high-level broad strokes.
So the board adopted an MWBE policy a couple years ago, and Rick Fanton, our director of purchases, endeavored to try and align what we do in procurement to that policy. I think a few tweaks and recommendations might help us to be able to report a little bit easier. So for instance, that policy has certain limits for what data we would report as being subject to the policy. And those dollars actually are a little bit higher than the dollar threshold that we bring procurements to the board. So we're actually considering that we may recommend we lower that threshold down. So more dollars that we spend are eligible, need to be compliant, because we're going to bring these items to the board for approval. So there's a gap between, there's certain amounts we bring to the board for approval that we don't actually have as subject to the policy. So we're probably going to lower a couple of those limits to just line up with that. I know there are some questions on nationally recognized minority and women businesses, that our policy doesn't do that. So I think there'll be a handful of recommendations that we make to try and allow us to, one, to make sure that we can comply with the policy, and make sure that the reporting, that when we report it, that it's easier to report, and so forth. And I wasn't really prepared for that question, so there's probably a handful of things that we might tweak in it, and that Rick will be able to speak to. But we're trying to make sure that we can make that policy something that is like clockwork in our procurement. So we want to make sure that it all aligns. So that's sort of the why of what might be in there.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff. That's all I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay, that's wonderful progress on the MBE That's been an issue for a long time. I see Sharon Belton Cotman's hand up and then Terrence Hurd. You have questions?
So my question, the MWBE policy, have we considered our changing at all the way we distribute or we allow our minority vendors to be paid? My understanding is that they cannot afford to wait 3 and 4 months to be reimbursed, and that the county has a process that pays a certain percentage up front to them. And I think that to put that policy in place without making sure that they can sustain themselves is not it's not a good idea. Let's put it like that. So I'd like to look into that. In regards to the general fund, we had this conversation a while back about positions not being filled, and that the principal would be allowed opportunity to use the money in his budget or her budget to buy or purchase a different staff, or use it, allot it to purchase additional support. What happened to that? We had a full conversation on that with Dr. Cash, and he approved it. And what happened that we have all these openings and none of the principals knows about this option being able to, supplant or put another person in these positions because it's been allotted to them in their budget. I mean, the general fund, do you have any idea on how much money you're expecting to get back to the general fund as a result of not placing these positions in place this year?
I'm working on those projections right now, but yeah, as the presentation shows, it's about 200 positions, across the spectrum. It's
right. I'm talking down amount.
I don't have that right now.
So what happened to the fact that we have schools that are in need and that they need a position, they budgeted for it, in fairness to them, we know that some schools get placed faster than other schools. What happened to the conversation where principals were going to be allowed to, if they could not get a instructional coach, that they might be able to buy a math teacher or something like that? What happened to that process that it wasn't put in place? I'm just curious because none of the principals know anything about this.
I guess I'm not as certain about what that process is maybe you are. I know that, from my understanding, there are instances where schools will make changes in positions based on, based on availability. But, if our HR department is trying to fill all of our vacant positions, to my understanding, and to reallocate it to something else. I mean, I think if a decision is made that we're not going to fill something, I believe there are instances when schools will make recommended changes.
So for the sake of
as far as the wholesale process for that, I guess I'm not as certain.
We're missing this conversation. Maybe I can help you remember it. My concern was that every year we put somewhere in a normal year between 11 to $14 million back in the general fund for not hiring staff. And in that conversation, Dr. Cash said, I talked about it not being fair. For example, we're not, people are running to certain schools and running away from other schools. Okay. And so in that conversation we had that day, he agreed that if the staff, if the position cannot be filled by human resource, that because it was budgeted for the school to give the school the support, that there should be other options made available for them. And so I don't know how that got lost in the sauce, but here's what's going on. At that time, we had schools that could not get certain people to come into their building, and the children weren't getting the resources. And that's where the conversation came in. Okay. And I remember it. If I'm the only one that remembered, well, guess what? I remember it. Okay. Because that's a concern of mine that for years and years and years, certain schools have these gaps and the children aren't getting the education. And that Dr. Cash specifically said that principals should be allowed to figure out another way to use that money to advance children. And in fairness to them, that's what equity is about. Providing supports and solutions. So we need to figure out a way to do that, because it's not fair that you have all these schools that have that we can't find certain teachers, and that the students aren't getting the supports, and their needs are not being met in the building. So we need to talk about that one, and that needs to probably come under a different committee to make sure that it gets put in place. And if it's necessary that a policy be written, then we need to do it. But there should never be a situation where money goes back to the general fund because we can't find a staff and students aren't getting the supports that they need in the building. It's not fair to the children. It's not. So I'm off my soapbox.
Okay, Mrs. Belton Cotton, I do definitely remember, because the problem was brought by several of our parents and the students to the board, that they didn't have a science teacher all year. They didn't have a math teacher, and the parents felt it was very unfair to those students and their schools. And some of them were your schools, but you know, it's just unfair for the students to have vacancies in key areas. But Terrence, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Woods. My question was actually the same question that Sharon Bell comment just asked. And just to bring a little more enlightenment to it, that I spoke with two principals on Monday, and they said the same thing. They were deciding whether or not, you know, to have a math coach or a music program in their school. And I believe what Sharon Bell was talking about with the time the board came, we actually voted on it and instructed Dr. Cash to make this allowable for the principals to have a coach inside the building, and that we made it mandatory that it's supposed to be each and every building. So yeah, we can just take another look into that and see where we're at with that, because I don't believe that the principal either are knowledge to whether or not, you know, this actually happened, and that they can actually now have a, you know, I believe it was a reading coach inside the building. So I agree also, my question was exactly the same thing that she was just referring to.
Well, we do have a new superintendent that is listening to her principals and may have something to say on that at some point when she feels ready. Jim McCosey, you have your hand up. You have a question?
It's not so much a question. It is kind of reiterating what's been said. This piece, if I remember specifically, this was about making sure, and I think Board Member Cotman, you and I were kind of on the same page with having a PAR for all the schools. Like, everybody should at least have, before SBMT meets, that everybody should have their essential needs met, right? Because we keep hearing repeatedly, at least from the last administration, and I'm hoping that it gets a little more clarified too, Dr. Williams, how this is done. Okay, each school has their own SBMT. I understand each school has their own needs, but it's consistent, and it has been consistent that we have essential positions that become vacant. So we're talking math and science and things where you have substitutes who literally, when you have conversations with some of these substitutes, they're definitely not prepared. And there was maybe no lesson plan or something in place. So the children were suffering based on the fact that even the substitutes in place were not equipped to bring our students up to par. So I specifically remember this conversation, and based on how we all kind of, I think the entire board had their own kind of take on how this looked. I'm hoping moving forward that we create some sort of, with the monies that are in place, I understand this is finance and ops, but it did come up quite a bit, that we make sure that we have essential positions filled throughout our district, that we know, if school A and school B, regardless of whether it's City Honors and Burgard, if these two schools, if one has an excessive amount of teachers or positions and one has absolutely none, that we make sure that that the playing field is leveled. And that hasn't been, it's been more, well, it's up to that school, well, it's up to the SBMT. Essentially, the board and the district are the ones that get the responses from the community, because it ends up being in our purview to make sure that happens. So I'm not, it hasn't been clear to me in all 6 years being on this board why we don't set the par and then build from there. So I distinctly remember this conversation, Board Member Cotman, and yeah, I support us figuring this out somehow, some way. And Dr. Williams, I support you in any way possible to, take this equity and resolution that was put in place and utilize it more for, not just for show. And it seems like that's the direction you're going. I'm very excited about that. And this is a concern that I've been, and I believe many of us have been sharing for quite a while.
Thank you, Board Member McCosey. I have one last question, and then I think we should allow our superintendent to have the final words, because we're over time. To our CFO, Jeff. You pointed out that we are putting a significant number of positions in place, and we are funding them through ESSER funds, which ends in 2024. But we are also receiving significant increases in our foundation aid. Our legislators have went and pledged to fully fund our foundation aid, and they've been giving us millions. I'm not sure if it's 53 million extra each year and over the 3-year period to fully fund foundation aid. So my question to you is, rather than those positions just disappearing when they're needed, wouldn't some of those positions be able to continue with the increased foundation aid?
That is certainly possible. We're not going to know for a little bit, but we also have to take into account that if our student population keeps dropping and charter schools keep going up, that the extra dollars coming in may not be going towards staff in our schools, but might be going towards charter schools. So if you look at the proposed budget that we will have for you in early May and compare it to the one from 1 year ago, the charter school tuition will be probably $18-19 million higher. And what we have found over the last several years prior to this increase is that most of the foundation aid increase has been utilized in the increase in charter school tuition. So yes, that's all part of the overall equation. And by fully funding foundation aid, the intent of that is to provide the funding for schools to be able to meet the needs of their students. So yeah, it would not be a surprise that some positions can move back into the general fund. But I can't say for certain what that's going to look like until we get there. And again, it's very important that we settle certain outstanding labor contracts that we have, teachers, administrators, things like that. Those will also utilize some of these foundation aid dollars.
Okay, I think I just saw Dr. Kathy Evans Brown's hand. Is your hand raised?
My hand was raised, but I looked at the time and I want to be considerate of the time. But one of the things I want to leave with us is when we look at the upward trends of losing our children, particularly to charter schools, we really need to look at the variables of why. What are charter schools doing that we aren't doing as a district? And because we have a new interim superintendent now, I would like to see that earlier on, we talk about indicators that children come with in first, second grade, warning signs, that we address them. We may be addressing them, but maybe not enough. We need to, really look at our children reading and writing at the appropriate age and grade level. we need to reconstruct one grade at a time. And let's put it out there and see where we can put those dollars, because as a parent, they want to see that the school they send their children to, wherever their children attend, they want to see that the child is learning, right? I was looking at my 5-year-old grandson the other day. He knows all his pronunciations. He's doing division and not multiplication, but subtraction at 5 years old. I don't know if we're doing that. So we really need to take one grade at a time and get it to where it needs to be so that we can maintain our children and parents don't have to seek out charter schools. That's my opinion.
Okay, well, the budget preparation is the superintendent's job. So let us hear from the superintendent who will prepare and present a budget to this board.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. And thank you, Jeff, for a great presentation. You take a lot of complex material and you share it in a way that's comprehensive, and we meet regularly, and, our meetings are intense and they're long, but they're necessary for me to begin, to understand the whole process. Equity is critical when we're looking at budgeting. And so what I'd like to have the opportunity to do would be to meet with Jeff and with Ms. Holly McGee, who now is leading our HR department along with our ASLs, and to do some peeling of the layers and see, how big the scope of this issue is that we're talking about, looking school by school. And, as far as the charter schools, I shared, and I'm going to be very explicit with our community as I'm out, I want our children back. And so I will be working with staff. I want us all messaging the same. If we're talking with one voice, we want our children back. And I want to find out, what is it that caused parents to make that shift and to go to charter schools? We know that we hire highly qualified, certified teachers in our school. That doesn't always happen, in charter schools. We know that we have, diverse course offerings, in our schools. That doesn't always happen in charter schools. And when we look at pound for pound, how charter schools are doing, certainly I think the Buffalo Public Schools in many cases are far out achieving, the charter schools. So I will certainly be out. And I'm hoping that staff will also be out, and board members and community members who are listening. We want our children back. We know how to educate children and we want them back. And so, we'll be working real hard to recapture and reclaim some of those students that we've lost, because I'm concerned when I hear about the numbers increasing of children that we've lost and staff numbers, increasing also. There seems to be, kind of a disconnect there. So I want to do a little more research on that and talk to staff and come up with a plan. So that's what I have, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I just say one thing on that point? We missed an opportunity to communicate to the community 2 years ago, maybe 3, maybe longer than that now. We had an opportunity to get on the radio on Saturday morning, have our own slot, and we could have talked about the greatness of our schools. The board did not feel that that was necessary at that point. This is the result. The negative press that's on, or the conversations that are on the radio every Saturday morning about our school district. You have people who are talking negatively about our schools, whose wives work for the charter schools, who work to get the elections changed so that they can help charter schools grow in this district. And there's a whole formula with that. If you look nationally, gentrification and everything follows with this movement that they recently endorsed. And as a result of that, okay, because we did not take that time slot on Saturday is now controlled by people who have no problem damning Buffalo Public Schools. But you have yet to hear them say anything negative about a charter school. They will not, because that's the reason why they are at the table, to do that. So I just want to point out that, They're also the ones who are talking about what we need to do on a national level, et cetera, et cetera. At the end of the day, this board is capable of making great decisions, okay? But we also need to make sure that people understand that the rhetoric that's being said, so anything that you can do to counter that. If that means on Saturday morning you have staff listening to the radio and they call in to talk about it. If that means that you can have articles written in the newspaper, whatever you can do to counter that negative press, please do it, because at the end of the day, their goal is to expand charters. And when it's all said and done, we educate all children, no matter who they are or what they bring to the table. We do not discriminate, and they do. They're not playing fair in the sandbox, and I am working on a statewide level to try to fix some of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cotman. But all I can say is, if you don't blow your own horn, you don't tell people what wonderful programs we have, the kind of presentation we had today about our variety of schools and how we're reaching out to the community, I think our superintendent is changing the narratives. He's taking the message out there, but just like the charter schools have a budget and they advertise, we've got to reach out. So that's my 2 cents, and it's 9:30. Does anyone else have anything they want to say for the Finance and Ops Committee? Jim McCosey has her hand raised.
Just real quick, as you create the narrative around, uplifting the brand, it's very key and important, and obviously wasn't happening in previous administration, that we all are on the same page. So any bullets that you're consistently putting out there, whether on the radio or whether you're in interviews, we are the liaisons to the community. And if you can share those as you've been sharing everything else, I really think that'll unify our message. And we've been lacking in that area. It's crucial. It's crucial. So what everybody else said, and let's have this unified message so that we're all out there saying the same thing, because we're all talking to everybody. So that's all I ask. I'm sorry to take more time, but if we're on the subject of narrative, being on the same page is crucial.
And Jennifer, don't forget, it doesn't help when we have our parent groups not working with the superintendent, out doing press conferences on things that she's already addressed the week before.
You know what, Dr. Williams, you see it. You see the shady. You see the ugly. And I trust that you are paying attention. I don't even. I roll and I don't even address it, because in the grand scope of things, the Buffalo Public Schools deals with every child in Buffalo, whether you're public, private, whatever. We have our hands on all of them, and you can really make a difference with your energy and leadership to just shut down some of this ugly that have been entertained by others. And I'm over it. Like, don't get me on a soapbox. We'll be here till 11:35. I'm over it. I'm over it. So I trust in your leadership. I will mimic what you come up with. I trust that we were all on the same page anyway. But I believe, just based on my last statement, that your professionalism will shine through. And I'll reiterate that we need to unify. In the end, the people who aren't on board now, they will have no choice but to come on board, because they're going to look really silly being on that island by themselves.
And besides that, Jennifer, we recently had a graduate from Buffalo Public Schools, our own Shirley Troutman, who got she was inducted yesterday to the highest court, first or second African-American female who is now judge. Did you all see her what do they call it? She was appointed yesterday to the highest court of the land, and she's she graduated from Benton High School. Hello?
Bennett?
Yes, I saw your hand up, so.
Okay.
Can we all say good things, great things come from Buffalo Public Schools?
That's right.
And great things come from Buffalo Public Schools. And if there's nothing else,
follow the money.
Finance and ops is closing. I do want to say there was a community meeting with 5 parent groups, and they couldn't bring 10 parents. There were 5 parents in the audience.
That's
That
not
doesn't
good.
say good for our parent groups.
Our parent groups grow. We have
Yeah.
to. We have to.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
have
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
to. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Have
Be
a great
safe.
evening, everyone. God bless you all.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for the blessing. Bless you also.